Maryanne Alexander channel, and I'm going live to read some books. I got a lot of books here. I want to share some books that that I have. And this is, I'm gonna be doing some book reading, and so I thought I would do some book reading. I have several piles of books here. I have Leapfrog, hardback books, softcover books, Native American books, dinosaur books, books from the Dolly Parton collection. I got Eric Carle, some other books, Arthur, Clifford. Yeah, without further ado, let's get started. The first book we're going to take a look at is Animal Tales. And it's called Animal Tales by Chick-fil-A kids. Which tail belongs to the pig? And it's this one. Which tail belongs to the fox? Which tail belongs to the shark? Which tail belongs to the tiger? All the animals have found their tails. The end. Whoops. Sorry about that. Okay. Next is David Pickle Dragon Gets By. Dragon Gets By. Dragon sees the day. One warm sunny morning, Dragon woke up and yawned. He was very groggy, and whenever Dragon woke up groggy, he did everything wrong. First, he read an egg and fried the morning newspaper. Then he buttered his tea and sipped a cup of toast. Finally, Dragon opened the door to see the day, but Dragon did not see the sun. He did not see the trees or the hills or the flowers or the sky. He saw only shadows. It must still be nighttime, said Dragon. So he went back to bed. Housework. Dragon's floor was very dirty. He got his broom and began to sweep. When he was finished sweeping, the floor was still dirty. So Dragon swept again, and there was still dirt everywhere. There sure is a lot of dirt on this floor, said Dragon. Dragon swept all morning long and into the afternoon. He carried out wheelbarrows filled with dirt. All of his sweeping left a very big hole in the floor. Finally, the mail mouse came by. She looked at all the dirt outside the house. She looked at the big hole inside the house. What's going on in here? Asked the mail mouse. I'm sweeping my floor, said Dragon. It's very dirty. But you have a dirt floor, said the male mouse. It's made of dirt. Dragon looked at the hole he had swept and scratched his big head. Looks like you've made a mess, said the male mouse. Looks like I've made a basement, said Dragon. Yard work. Dragon looked at the big pile of dirt in his yard. What am I going to do with all this dirt? He wondered. He got a shovel and dug a big deep hole. Then he scooped the dirt into the hole. Well, that takes care of that, said Dragon. Now, where did this come from? Shopping. Dragon looked in his cupboard, but there was no food at all. The cupboard is bare, said Dragon. Time to go shopping. Dragon got into his car and drove. The food store was at the top of a hill. It was a very steep hill. Dragon loved to go shopping. He was a very wise shopper. He bought food only from the 5 basic food groups. He bought cheese curls from the dairy group. He bought donuts from the bread group. He bought ketchup from the fruits and vegetable group. He bought pork rounds from the meat group. And he bought fudge pops from the chocolate group. Dragon had a balanced diet. He had so much food that he could not fill it into his car. I know what I will do, said Dragon. I will eat some of the food now, and then the rest will fit in the car. Dragon sat in the parking lot and started to eat. He crunched up the cheese curls, down the donuts. He packed away the pork rinds. Ooh. Dragon ate and ate and ate until the food was gone. Brr. Now Dragon could not fit in his car. Oh, what am I going to do? Cried Dragon. He thought and scratched his big head. I know what I'll do, said Dragon. I will push my car home. So Dragon pushed his car down the hill. The car began to roll faster and faster. And faster and faster. Finally, Dragon's car came to a stop right in front of his house. All the excitement had made Dragon very hungry. He went into his kitchen and looked in the cupboard. There was no food at all. The cupboard is bare, said Dragon. Time to go shopping. Good night, Dragon. It had been a long, busy day, and now it was bedtime. Dragon was very groggy, so he brushed his head and combed his teeth. He watered his bed and crawled into his plants. Excuse me. I farted there. And fell fast asleep. The end. These are the rest of the Dragon series you can get. You have A Friend for Dragon, Dragon's Fat Cat, Dragon's Halloween, and Dragon Merry Christmas. Okay. Hippopotamus Family, the Jane Goodall Institute. Hippopotamus Family. Welcome to Africa. Welcome to Africa. Come meet the hippopotamus who live here and learn about their lives in the wild. Hippopotamuses pass the hot African days lounging together in the cool waters of lakes, rivers, and swamps. Their eyes and ears and nose are all found at the top of their heads. How could that be helpful for a hippo? Hippos spend most of their time in water, but they actually aren't great swimmers. Instead, they sink down in the water and walk along the bottom. When they need to come up for air, they push off the bottom with their powerful legs and launch to the surface. When a mother hippo is ready to have a baby, she leaves the herd for a few weeks. Baby hippos are called calves and can be born on land or underwater. Hippos can hold their breath underwater for up to 5 minutes. Baby hippos can even drink their mother's milk underwater. Hippopotamuses can be fierce. They have sharp teeth and a powerful bite to defend their land and families from danger. Even crocodiles and lions think twice before messing with a full-grown hippopotamus. As the sun sets, hippos climb into land to graze on short grasses. Hippos can travel as far as 6 miles and eat more than 80 pounds of grass each night. Eat up, hippopotamus family. Wiggle the hippopotamus puppet as you learn all about their lives in the wild. Disney Frozen Olaf Welcomes Spring, a touch and feel book. Winter is over, which means just one thing. A new season's coming. It's spring. Did you both know that spring brings brand new friends? Like lambs, those are creatures with soft, fuzzy ends. This pretty plant is sweet-smelling and blue. You call it a flower. Ow, 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 achoo! Hey, have you seen this green stuff on the ground? It tickles when I spin around and around. This here is Anders. He's a spring bunny. They hop to find places that are warm and sunny. I love the new plants and my furry friends too, but mostly I love sharing springtime with you. Let's see. Next book. Today is Monday by Eric Carle. Today is Monday. Pictures by Eric Carle. Today is Monday. String beans. Tuesday spaghetti, Monday string beans. Wednesday zoop. Tuesday spaghetti, Monday string beans. Thursday roast beef. Wednesday zoop. Tuesday spaghetti, Monday string beans. Friday fish fry. Thursday roast beef. Wednesday zoop. Tuesday spaghetti, Monday string beans. Saturday chicken. Friday fresh fish. Thursday roast beef. Wednesday zoop. Tuesday spaghetti, Monday string beans. Sunday ice cream. Saturday chicken. Friday fresh fish. Thursday roast beef. Wednesday zoop. Tuesday spaghetti, Monday string beans. All you hungry children, come and eat it up. The end. Halloween party, Blue's Clues in you. Greetings, Earth beings. Greetings, Earth beings. It's me, Josh. I'm all dressed up for our costume party. And what is Blue dressed up as? Yeah, fish, but Magenta can't decide what to wear. We'll play Blue's Clues to figure out what Magenta can wear to the party. We'll need our handy dandy notebook. Thanks, Ghost Table Drawer. Wow, this octopus is ready for our big costume party. Who is in this costume? Yeah, Slippery Soap. This is going to be a great party. Wait, you see a clue. Where? These little paw prints are our first clue. Let's put this clue in our handy dandy notebook. Our friends have already started playing Monster Toss. Who has more monster bags? Magenta does. You see a clue too? Where? There's a paw print on those whiskers. Whiskers are our second clue. We need to find Blue's last clue. Hey, it's our friend Boo, dressed as a pile of leaves. Let's skidoo to her house. Boo needs help finding an Oogala Boogala in the house. The Oogala Boogala left a note with directions to find her. Within this hall, it's your chore to open up the tall door. Which door is the tallest? Let's go in. The Oogala Boogala, she made Oogala Boogala treats for our party. Thank you so much. Let's do back home to put these treats with our other snacks. Look at all the yummy party snacks. You see a clue here. What is it? A piece of cheese is the third clue. We have all three clues. You know what it's time for. The thinking chair. So let's think. What costume could Magenta wear to the party that makes these paw prints? Has whiskers and eats cheese. A mouse costume. Magenta loves her costume. Now we can all play costume limbo. Thanks for your help today. The way I feel. The way I feel. Silly is the way I feel when I make a funny face and wear a goofy poofy hat that takes up lots of space. I'm shaking because I'm scared, all alone in the dark at night. The thunder and lightning crash and roar. Hold me close and turn on the light. Scared. The plans were made so long ago for you to visit me today, but now you can't come after all. I'm disappointed. We can't play. Disappointed. The smile you see upon my face as the sun shines in the sky shows the world that I feel happy, and my mood is soaring high. Happy. Sometimes I feel so very sad and really don't know why. Instead of playing, I have fun. Instead of playing and having fun, I cry and cry and cry. Sad. Angry. Angry is how I feel right now. I shout with a mighty roar. I mostly want to frown and growl and stomp upon the floor. The wheel fell off my brand new truck. I needed some help from you. You kindly fixed my favorite toy. I'm thankful for all you do. Thankful. Frustrated. I'm frustrated because I can't do it. It's hard and I want to cry. I don't know whether to give it up or to give it another try. Shy. If someone says hello to me, I suddenly feel so shy. Instead of waving back at them, I hide my face and walk on by. I can't make up my mind. There's nothing I want to do. The day drags on and on. I'm feeling bored and blue. Bored. I'm bouncing like a rubber ball. I'm more excited than I can say. It's really hard for me to sit when I'd rather jump and play. Excited. Jealous. I want to play with you right now. I don't think taking turns is fair. I'd rather have you to myself. I'm jealous when I have to share. Proud. I did it, I did it. I shout to the crowd. Getting dressed by myself makes me feel proud. Feelings come and feelings go. I never know what they'll be. Silly or angry, happy or sad. They're all a part of me. The end. Okay, let's see the next book. I can read Just Saving My Money by Mercer Mayer. Just Saving My Money by Mercer Mayer. Mom! My skateboard is old. It's broken. I need a new one. I tell my dad. Dad says you need money. Do you have any? I get my money jar. How about this? I ask. You need to save more money for a skateboard, Dad says. I say I'll do chores and earn lots of money. I make a list of chores that will make me money. First, I feed the dog, but the bag is too big. Mom! I empty the dishwasher, but the dishes are too heavy. I clean my room. Mom pays me some money. I sell lemonade. I get more money. I save lots of money in my money jar. Dad says you need a savings account. Dad takes me to the bank. We see the manager. What is it? I can't talk to you right now. Dad writes on some bank papers. I write my name. They take my money jar. I am upset. Dad says, don't worry. They pour my money into a machine. It counts my money. I get a book. It tells me how much money I have. Hey, Dad, I ask, can I get a skateboard yet? Dad says, not yet. You must save more money. Every day I do chores to earn more money. Friday I save enough money for a new skateboard. But I don't want that anymore. Now I want a robo-dinosaur. I say, Dad, I'm so glad I saved my money. The end. Charlotte's Web. Charlotte's Web. Charlotte's Web. Some people say a barn is empty without a pig in it, but the Arable's barn was quite full. They had just gotten a very special pig. His name was Wilbur. Wilbur was a sweet little pig. He was born on a clear spring day. He was the runt of the litter. That means that Wilbur was smaller than his brothers and sisters. Fern Arable had saved Wilbur. Fern's father had said he was too small to survive, but Fern knew better. Fern's father did not want to take care of a runt. He would not let her keep Wilbur. Wilbur had to go live on her uncle's farm, but Fern could still visit. Wilbur was lonely in his new place without his friends. Wilbur decided it was time to make a new friend in the barn, but who? There was Ike the horse, who thought he was the boss of the barn, and Gussie and Golly, 2 geese who were always fussing at each other. There were Betsy and Bitsy, 2 cows who loved to gossip, and Sammy the sheep, who was always followed by all other sheep on the farm. And then there was Templeton the rat, but all he cared about was food. In a barn full of animals, Wilbur still felt alone until something special happened. It was nighttime and Wilbur was too lonely to sleep. "Good night," he called to the other animals, but there was just silence. "Good night," Wilbur said again sadly. Then a voice answered from the darkness. Wilbur pricked up his ears. "Who said that?" he asked. "Me," said the voice. Wilbur wanted to keep talking, but the voice said it was time to sleep. They could talk more the next day. Wilbur was so excited it took him a while to fall asleep. The next morning, Wilbur was eager to find his new friend. Wilbur called out, "I will come down," said the voice. Then suddenly Wilbur saw her, a great big spider. The other animals in the barn moved away at the sight of her. They had always thought she was an ugly spider, and they never wanted to be her friend. "Salutations," said the spider to Wilbur. "I am Charlotte. Salut," Wilbur mumbled. He did not understand such a big word. "It means hello," Charlotte said kindly. "Oh, hello," Wilbur said with a big smile. And with those few words of friendship began. Where the other animals just saw a spider, Wilbur saw kindness and beauty. He was happy to have a new friend. They were an unlikely pair. Who would have thought that a pig and a spider would become friends? But Wilbur and Charlotte would become the best of friends. Charlotte worked hard spinning her webs to show everyone how special Wilbur was. Wilbur saw that Charlotte was gentle and caring, and slowly so did all the other animals, and Charlotte knew that Wilbur's kind heart truly made him some pig. The end. Let's see. There's a hole in a log. There's a hole in the log on the bottom of the lake. There's a hole in the log on the bottom of the lake. There's a log at the bottom of the lake. There's a log on the bottom of the lake. There's a log, there's a log, there's a log, log, there's a log on the bottom of the lake. There's a log in the hole. There's a hole in the log on the bottom of the lake. There's a hole in the log on the bottom of the lake. There's a hole, there's a hole, there's a hole, there's a hole in the log, in the log, in the log. There's a hole in the log on the bottom of the lake. There's a frog in the hole, in the log on the bottom of the lake. There's a frog in the hole, in the log on the bottom of the lake. There's a frog, there's a frog, there's a frog, there's a frog, there's a hole there in the hole, in the hole, in the hole, in the log, in the log, in the log. There's a frog in the hole, in the log, in the bottom of the lake. There's a hair on the frog, in the hole, in the log, on the bottom of the lake. There's a hair on the frog, in the hole, in the log, on the bottom of the lake. In the doom 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 doom. There's a hair, there's a hair, there's a hair, there's a hair. There's a frog, there's a frog. There's in the hole, in the hole, in the log, in the log, in the log. There's a hair on the frog, in the hole, in the log, on the bottom of the lake. There's a fly on the hair of the, there's a fly on the hair of the frog, and on the hole in the log on the bottom of the lake. There's a fly on the hair on the frog in the hole in the log on the bottom of the lake. There's a fly, there's a fly, there's a fly, there's a fly on the hair, hair on the frog, frog, on the in the hole, in the hole, in the hole, in the log, in the log. There's a fly on the hair on the frog in the hole in the log on the bottom of the lake. There's a gnat on the fly on the hair on the frog in the hole in the log on the bottom of the lake. There's a gnat on the fly on the hair on the frog in the hole in the log on the bottom of the lake. There's a gnat, there's a gnat, there's a gnat, gnat on the fly, on the hair, on the frog, frog, in the hole, in the log. There's a gnat on the fly, on the hair, on the frog, in the hole, in the log, on the bottom of the lake. There's a fish near the net, on the fly, on the hair, on the frog, in the hole, in the log, on the bottom of the lake. There's a fish near the net, on the fly, on the hair, on the frog, in the hole, in the log, on the bottom of the lake. There's a chomp, snap, gulp. There's a fish on the bottom of the lake. There's a fish on the bottom of the lake. There's a fish, just a fish. There's a fish on the bottom of the lake. The end. Little penguin. Little penguin riding on his mama's feet. Little penguin nuzzling, guzzling fishy bites to eat. Little penguin fluffing, puffing, calling out with pride. Little penguin flapping, clapping, feet beginning to slide. Little penguin toddling, waddling, step by step, just so slow. Little penguin sprawling on the icy snow, flip, flap. Mama penguin preening, cleaning, snowy fluff away. Little penguin creeping, peeping, wants to stay and play. Little penguin snuffling, shuffling, joins the chicks, head bowed. Little penguin huddling, cuddling, cheery in the crowd. The end. Okay, let's see. Let's take a look at some of these. The sun is always shining somewhere. The sun is always shining somewhere. The sun is very important to us. You and I need the sun to grow and be healthy. Plants need the sun to grow and blossom. Animals need sunshine too. Sunshine makes many good things happen. Tomatoes ripen. And so do pumpkins. Did you know that the sun is a star? It's bigger than any other star, but it's not. The sun looks bigger than other stars because it's closer to us than other stars. Here's one way you can think about why the sun looks bigger than other stars in the sky. An airplane flying high in the sky looks very small, doesn't it? But if you've been to an airport and seen an airplane up close, you know that it is really very big. In the same way, the sun looks bigger than other faraway stars. The sun never stops shining. Do you know why you can't see the sun at night? To find the answer, turn on a lamp in a dark room. Put a teeny mark on a ball. Pretend the mark is you. Imagine the ball is the earth. Now hold the ball in front of the lamp. Slowly turn the ball around. It turns out of the sunlight and into the darkness of night, then back into the sunlight the next morning. Isn't this nice to know? Even when you're asleep at night, the sun is always shining somewhere. Sun, warmth, sunlight, star, earth, night, morning. The end. Night sky. The sun, the planets. The moon, the stars. The earth, the comet. My night sky. The end. What do I see? What do I see? I see the fur, I see the rocks. I see the water, I see the flowers. I see the leaf, I see the seeds. I see a monster. The end. Winter. Winter. Winter is cold, some trees are bare, some birds fly south for warmer air. Winter is cold, the snow is deep, some bears go into a long, long sleep. Winter is cold, the lake has ice, mittens make my hands feel nice. Winter is cold, but we can play. We have fun on a winter's day. The end. Look out, kindergarten. Here I come. Not a box. Barney's treasure hunt. Can you spot Barney? Why, he's easy to find. That purple dinosaur is one of a kind. What else can you find? Look high and look low. Let's hunt for treasures wherever we go. In Barney's red plane, we fly over the west and find these. Partner, you'll be the best. Can you find these? Cowboy hat, cactus, wagon wheel, cowboy boot, lizard. Let's go underwater in Barney's purple sub. There's so much to see down under. Can you find these? Octopus, anchor, shark, starfish, angelfish. Driving his orange car, Barney zips along. Here in the forest, let's all sing along. Can you find bear, bunny, butterfly, flowers, berries? Barney's circus train brings fun to your town, like lions, monkeys, and a really tall clown. Can you find these? Elephant, flag, seal, umbrella, monkey? Here in outer space, we fly over a star. Barney's space rocket can soar really far. Can you find these? Comet, moon, flying saucer, planet, star? A princess, a king, and a brave, strong knight have fairy tale fun from morning till night. Can you find these things? Flag, helmet, sword, crown, star. On Barney's big ship, we sail the high sea. We found our treasure. Look closely, you'll see. Can you find these things? A treasure chest, seashell, note in a bottle, toucan, and turtle. The end. I'm a little tiger. I'm a little tiger. I'm a little tiger. I live in the jungle with my family. My sister, brother, and I are 3 weeks old and very small. Mother is very kind and gentle. She feeds us and cleans us. Other animals are afraid of her. They think she is fierce. When I am big, I'll be a great hunter. I won't be afraid at all. But now I can't even scare a butterfly. When it is dark, Mother hunts. Sometimes she is gone for hours. My brother and sister and I wait very quiet until she returns. Our teeth are too small to chew, so Mother gives us her milk to drink. It tastes good and will help us grow strong muscles and bones. Then it's story time. I like the one about our Siberian cousins. They are the biggest of tigers and live where there is lots of snow. When it is very, very hot, we'll go down to the river together. The cool water feels so good. We really enjoy swimming. Mother teaches us to watch out for dangerous enemies. Once we saw the sharp teeth of a crocodile hiding in the reeds. Today, Mother is teaching us how to hunt for food, but we still stay away from the sharp quills of the porcupine. Then we see an elephant. He's so big that I'm afraid. I run home as fast as I can. I hide there until Mother returns. Mother comforts me. She tells me that I'm growing very fast. She says that soon I'll be big and strong like her. When I grow up, I'll have a family of my own. I'll take good care of my babies and teach them to be brave. The end. Not a box. 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 Why are you sitting in a box? It's not a box. What are you doing on top of that box? It's not a box. Why squirting a box. It's not a box. Now you're wearing a box. This is not a box. Are you still standing around that box? It's not a box. Well, what is it then? It's not a box. The end. Little lamb lost. Little lamb was warm in the sun with his big sheep mom. Little lamb loved being with mom, but little lamb could never lie still for long. Skippity hop, little lamb skipped and hopped up and down, bah, and all around. It made his mom laugh. Skippity hop, little lamb bounced as high as a bird and boinged right over the rabbit. Bah, bah. Skippity hop, little lamb bumped into a bee and frolicked after a boinging butterfly. Bah, bah, bah. As he went, little lamb heard his mom laughing. Bah, bah, bah. Softer and softer and further away until splash. Little lamb fell right into the pond, and now that was a surprise. Little lamb was soaked. He looked for his mom. Where was she? She couldn't see her anywhere. Little lamb was lost. Have you seen my mom? Asked little lamb. Quack, 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 went the ducks. No, we haven't. Moo, moo, went the cows. No, we haven't either. Have you seen my mom? Asked little lamb. Woof, woof, went the farmer's dog. No, I haven't. Honk, 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 went the geese. No, we haven't either. But then, bah! Little lamb turned to see Mom's soft, woolly face, her kind shining eyes, and her gentle, loving smile. Then suddenly, in she jumped, sploosh, and in jumped little lamb too. Little lamb and Mom ducked and dived and splashed around the pond. Bad, laughed Mom. Bad, laughed little lamb. And after that, little lamb was warm again in the sun with his big sheep mom. The end. Let's see. Now, this book is my favorite, and it's called Good Night Moon. And I grew up with this book, so it's one of my favorite books. I grew up with this book. Good Night Moon. In the great green room, there was a telephone and a red balloon and a picture of the cow jumping over the moon, and there were 3 little bears sitting on chairs, and 2 little kittens in a pair of mittens, and a little toy house, and a young mouse, and a comb and a brush and a bowl full of mush, and a quiet old lady who was whispering, "Hush." Good night, room. Good night, moon. Good night, cow jumping over the moon. Good night, light and the red balloon. Good night, bears. Good night, chairs. Good night, kittens, and good night, mittens. Good night, clocks, and good night, socks. Good night, little house, and good night, mouse. Good night, comb, and good night, brush. And good night, nobody, and good night, mush. Good night to the old lady whispering hush. Good night, stars, and good night, air. And good night, noises everywhere. The end. Let's see what I'll read out of this pile now. Let's read A is for Asia. A is for Asia. A is for Asia. A is for Asia, 1/3 of the earth. Asia has the highest mountain in the world, the Himalayas, and the longest basin in the Dead Sea. It includes not only China, Japan, Korea, and India, but also a large part of the former Soviet Union, most of the Middle East, and many of the islands, nations of the Pacific. Asia is home to more than half of the people in the world and birthplace to some of the world's oldest cultures. B is for batik, an Indonesian craft. Batik designers create a picture in a wax on a piece of cloth. Then they dye the cloth in different colors. Each time they dye the cloth, they remove the wax and apply it in different places, creating rich patterns like these gold orange ripples on a sea of blue. C is for camels with one hump or two. Every year in Saudi Arabia, older boys race their camels in the traditional King's Cup camel race. Over 2,000 camels and their riders bounce and jounce over the desert sand. The winner takes home a truck prize money and a golden dagger. D is for dragon boats sweeping the water on the river Yu in China and other places in East Asia. Dragon boats decorated in the colors of the 5 elements: red for fire, yellow for earth, azure for wood, white for metal, and black for water. Race to the finish line, drums drumming, banners waving, people cheering their favorite team. E is for elephants, graceful and imposing, highly respected. In India, elephants are still ridden in the traditional wedding processions. The groom leads the way, riding a richly decorated elephant to the home of his bride, where he is greeted with a great garland of flowers. Let me get my charger, people, and we're on the letter F. When she's off, just let it go. It'll charge it by itself. It'll charge it by itself. It will. It will, Rob. Okay. I'm back, guys. Hold on. I just gotta get plugged up here. can find a plug in here. Hold on. Whoa. I got some mess in here. I think I saw a plug over here. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Hold on, guys. We're just taking a minute. I just gotta find this plug here first. I think I hid the plug over. Let me check on this side and see if we have a plug. If we have a plug. Excuse me, guys. Nope, no plug on this side. This plug over there. You can only be 2 plugs. I think I have a long enough plugs. So oh boy. I should have plugged that over there. Let me see, guys. We should have a plug over here. We should have an extra plug. We shouldn't have 2 plugs though. We should have 3. We should have plugs in here. Guys, just trying to see if I can find the plug here. So here's one. I got it. I got it, guys. Let me just move this out of the way. Found the spare plug. Let me just plug in. Okay, guys. Now we're back to good. Back to good here. We're on the letter F. F is for fish, a symbol of luck and long life. The fish is also a popular animal in stories and in games. In Vietnam, children play a game called Bite the Carp's Tail. The players form a single line. The first person, the head, tries to grab a bite. The last person is the tail. G is for gentleman, clanging the thrumming. An orchestra in Malaysia and Indonesia. The gamelan plays gongs, drums, bamboo flutes, and xylophones. Dancers leap and spin to the rich rhythms of the gamelan. H is for Holai, a holiday of chills and thrills, a Hindu festival in India. Holi celebrate the colors of spring. During this holiday, children and grown-ups sneak up on their friends and drench them with colored water to stream or smear them with colored powders. Afterwards, they clean up and celebrate by singing, dancing, and eating sweets made of milk and sugar. I is for in Ida Noruz, Ida al Norzra, the Persian New Year. Ida al Noruz comes on the first day of spring. Families get together for a long meal of fish, and they set up a special table with 7 luck items: apples, grass, pudding, vinegar, garlic, sumac berries, and the fruit of the lotus tree. Children dress up in new clothes, play with their cousins and friends, and receive gold coins. J is for jade, stone of heaven. Many people in East Asia wear jade because they believe it will keep them from harm. A beautiful hard stone, jade comes in a rainbow of pastel colors: yellow, lavender, pink, white, and green. If someone is good and kind, people may call that individual a jade person. K is for kites fluttering in the wind. Dragon wings, bats, and butterflies dance in the skies where everyone flies prized kites. Kite flying is a national pastime in Korea, but it is also popular in other Asian countries. In Malaysia, children have kite flying contests where the object of the game is to bring an opponent's kite down to the ground. L is for lotus, slowly unfolding its petals. Throughout East Asia, this simple pink and white water lily is a symbol of hope and peace. Even in thick and ugly mud, the lotus blossom shoots up spruce and unspoiled. M is for monsoon, blowing warm, wet waters. Farmers need to finish their planting before the monsoon arrives. Once they're done, they wait anxious for the badly needed rain. A clap of thunder, lightning cracks open the sky, and buckets of rain pour down. N is for New Year, firecrackers bursting, dancing this Chinese holiday. Dragon dancers romp through the streets. Families feast on dumplings, long life, noodles, and fish. Children show off their new clothes, get red envelopes of money, and paste paper cutouts of lucky characters on the windows and doors. O is for origami, the art of paper folding. Japanese children transform brightly colored squares of paper into flying cranes, blinking owls, and hopping frogs. P is for panda, playing peekaboo with a bamboo shoot. The panda eats mostly bamboo, which it holds with its front paw, crunching the hard stem with its strong jaw. Once in a while, the panda will climb a tree to get its favorite snack, honey. Q is for Quran, the Muslim holy book. All over the Muslim world, both children and adults compete in singing the poetry of the Quran. Singing praises to Allah, a child's voice, pure and clear, rises to heaven. R is for rice, fried, steamed, or curried, cultivated throughout Asia. Rice is eaten in many ways. Chinese children love rice soup for breakfast. Indian children eat curried rice, and the children of Saudi Arabia scoop rice with their fingers. S is for the sled races on rivers of ice. In the extremely cold winters of Siberia, people use reindeer to pull their sleighs and sleds and race them on the frozen rivers. They also rely on reindeer for food, clothes, and getting from one place to another. T is for Turkish delight, a chewy treat enjoyed by children in Turkey and the Middle East. These small coffee-colored cubes are made of sugar, lemon, gelatin, and pistachio nuts. U is for umbrella, twirling in the umbrella dance, invented by the Chinese. Umbrellas in Asia are often made of coated paper, cotton, or silk. People use their umbrellas to protect themselves from both rain and sun. V is for village, where most Asians still live. Although Asia has some of the world's largest cities like Tokyo, Seoul, and Bombay, most Asians live in farming villages. The villages where people grow up in are an important part of who they are. When introducing themselves, people sometimes give the name of their village before they give their own name. W is for water buffalo, an easy ride through the rice paddies. This large lumbering ox is perfect for plowing the fields. It has specially adapted hooves and keeps it from sinking in the mud. X is for Zhangqi, Sangi, the game of Chinese chess. Originally brought from India, where it is still popular, Chinese chess is a game of strategy for two players. A crowd of onlookers gathers while the players move their elephants, soldiers, and castles on the board. Y is for yurts, the tent-like homes of the Mongolians, called gur in Mongolian. The yurt is a round structure, rhymes with hair. In Mongolian, the yurt is a round structure made with animal skins or thick wool, felt covering a wool frame made in factories. Modern yurts are roomy and extensive. Z is for Zen, which teaches that the world is one. Zen culture, practiced throughout Asia, emphasizes peace and simplicity and a thoughtful, disciplined way of life. Sitting quietly, doing nothing, spring comes and the grass grows by itself. From the Zenor Kush. The end. God made you special. He grew all the plants, but put fruit on the trees. He made everything. He even made me. He picked out my smile, my eyes, and my nose. He was very particular from head to my toes. I'm just what he wanted. I think it shows that he's really creative, and all of heaven knows. He thought it all over. He made me just right. I make him happy. I'm his delight. When I look in the mirror, I see his touch, 'cause God made me special. He loves me very much. Sometimes I feel down, sometimes I feel blue. I don't like something about me. It's sad, but it's true. But then I'm reminded that God has a plan. He wants me to be just the way I am. He thought it all over. He made me just right. I made him happy. I'm his delight. When I look in the mirror, I see his touch, 'cause God made me special and he loves me very much. God wasn't finished. No, he had more to do. He planned something wonderful. That's when he made you. He thought it all over. He got it just right. You make him happy. You are his delight. When you look in the mirror, you see his touch because God made you special. He loves you very much. The end. Noisy Nora. This is Nora's from Timothy Goes to School show. Noisy Nora. Jack had dinner early. Father played with Kate. Jack needed burping. So Nora had to wait. First she banged the window. Then she slammed the door. Then she dropped her sister's marbles on the kitchen floor. Quiet, said her father. Hush, said her mother. Nora, said her sister. Why are you so dumb? Jack had gotten filthy. Mother cooked with Kate. Jack needed drying off, so Nora had to wait. First she knocked the lamp down, then she filled some chairs. Then she took her brother's kite and flew it down the stairs. Quiet, said her father. Hush, said her mom. Nora, said her sister. Why are you so dumb? Jack was getting sleepy. Father read with Kate. Jack needed singing too, so Nora had to wait. I'm leaving, shouted Nora, and I'm never coming back. And they didn't hear a sound but tra-la-la-la-la from Jack. Father stopped his reading. Mother stopped her song. Mercy? Mercy, said her sister. Something's very wrong. No Nora in the cellar. No Nora in the tub. No Nora in the mailbox or hiding in a shrub. She's left us, moaned her mother as they shifted through the trash. But I'm back again, Nora, said Nora with a monumental crash. The end. Arthur's Reading Race by Mark Brown. Arthur's Reading Race by Mark Brown. Arthur learned to read in school. Now Arthur reads everywhere. He reads in the car, he reads in bed, he reads to his puppy pal. Arthur even reads to his little sister, D.W., Dora Winifred Reed. One day Arthur said, I can teach you to read too. I already know how to read, said Dora Winifred. You do not, said Arthur. Do you, said Dora Winifred. Prove it, said Arthur. Read 10 words, Dora Winifred. And I'll buy you an ice cream. Dora Winifred stuck out her hand. It's a deal, she said. Let's go. They raced to the park. Arthur pointed to a sign. What's that say? She asked. Zoo, said D.W. Easy as pie. I spy 3 words, said Arthur. Me too, said D.W. Gas, said Dora Winifred. Taxi, gas, milk. Arthur stepped off the curb. Look out, said D.W. It says don't walk. You could get hit by a car. All right, Miss Smarty Pants. What's that say? Asked Arthur. Police, said Dora Winifred, and you better get off the grass or the police will get you. Bank, said D.W. I have a bank. I hid my money in it, so you can't find it. Bank makes 8 words. We're almost home, said Arthur. Too bad. You only read 8 words. No ice cream for you today. Hold your horses, said D.W. I spy ice cream. Hot dog. I read 10 words. Let's eat. Dora, Winifred, and Arthur ran to the ice cream store. Arthur bought 2 big cones, strawberry for Dora Winifred and chocolate for himself. Yummy, said DW, said Dora Winifred. Arthur sat down. Sit down with me, said Arthur. I'll read you my book. No, said DW. I'll read you the book. Arthur shook his head. I don't think so, he said. There are too many words that you don't know. Dora Winifred laughed. Get up, Arthur. Now I can teach you 2 words that you don't know, said DW, said Dora Winifred. Wet paint. The end. Let's see. McGraw Reader's Wonders, Unit 1. How are the children getting along? I can share the marbles we play in the sand. I can see the mitt. I can see the mop. I can see the drum. I can see the marbles. I can see the broom. I can see the mat. Can I see the mat? I can. Can I see the chair? I can. Can I see me? I share the blue truck. I share the ball. On the move. How do penguins move? We can hop. We can see the animals. We can hug. I can swim. We can swim. I can fly. We can fly. We can run. I like my bunny. I love my puppy. My 5 senses. Talk about it. How does the girl use her senses? I see Sam. We can see the sun. Sam can see. We can see Sam. We can see the bird. Sam can see the bird. Sam can see the bird can see Sam. I can see the apple. I can touch. I can smell. I can hear. I can taste. The end. Let's see. Rita and Ralph's rotten day. Have you ever been really mad at your best friend? Rita and Ralph's rotten day. In 2 little houses on 2 little hills lived 2 best friends. Every morning, Rita and Ralph would open their doors, step outside, close their doors, and run. Down the hill and up the hill, and down the hill and up the hill. They'd meet under the apple tree and high five, pinky shake, do a cha-cha, play zombie tag, and make a daisy chain. Then one day they played a new game, Sticks and Stones. Ow, yelled Rita. Oh, oh, Ralph froze. This was bad, Ralph. This was bad, really bad, so they ran away. Down the hill, up the hill, and down the hill, and up the hill. They opened their doors, raced inside, and closed their doors. Rita was mad, and Ralph was sorry. So Ralph opened the door and stepped outside and closed the door. It was 100 years to Rita's house, but she was his best friend, so Ralph went. Down the hill, up the hill, and down the hill, and up the hill, and down the hill, and up the hill, down the hill, and up the hill. The long walk made Ralph a smidge grumpy. I'm sorry, he barked, but I'm sorry, he barked, but he didn't sound one bit sorry, so Rita did not open the door. Grr, said Ralph, and off he stomped. Down the hill and up the hill and down the hill and up the hill, down the hill and up the hill, down the hill and up the hill. He opened the door, stepped inside, and closed the door. Ralph was mad, and Rita was kind of sorry, so she opened the door and stepped outside and closed the door and ran. Down the hill and up the hill, down the hill and up the hill, down the hill and up the hill, and down the hill and up the hill. As she ran, she thought about Ralph and the rock. Just thinking about it made her mad all over again. I want my pine cone back, she shouted. Ralph opened the door and closed the door, and Rita tromped. Down the hill and up the hill, and down the hill and up the hill. Down the hill and up the hill, and down the hill and up the hill. She opened her door, marched inside, and slammed the door. Now Rita was mad, and Rita was sad. Ralph was mad, and Ralph was sad. And the two little houses on two little hills, no one slept a wink. It had been a rotten day. Just when it seemed nothing would be right again, it was a new day. Rita and Ralph opened their doors and stepped outside and closed their doors and went up the hill, down the hill and up the hill, down the hill and up the hill. I'm sorry, said Rita. I'm sorry, said Ralph, and they meant it. They did a high five and a pinky shake and a cha-cha, played zombie tag and made daisy chains. Best friends always find a way to meet in the middle. The end. Chester's colorful Easter eggs. On the day before Easter, Chester was excited to decorate eggs for the holiday. He boiled 6 eggs on the stove, fixed himself a little snack, and put on his favorite music. Then he sat down with his crayons, tape, and an egg coloring kit. First, Chester colored an egg red and hid it in a nest full of baby birds outside Sydney's balcony. Then Chester colored an egg green and hid it in one of Miss Kitty's flower pots. Then Chester colored an egg yellow and hid it under Ralph's hat while he was napping. Then Chester colored an egg orange and hid it inside Charlotte's sugar bowl when they had tea. Then Chester colored an egg purple and hid it behind Marcy's curtain during his Mercy's curtain during his piano lessons. Last Chester colored an egg blue and hid it in Frederick's water fountain on the rooftop just as it started to rain. On Easter morning, the sun began poking through the clouds. Chester's friends found all the eggs. Suddenly, a magical glow appeared on the boiling eggs. Chester was tickled pink. Under the rainbow, his eggs looked so colorful. It was truly a wonderful Easter to share with all his friends. Happy Easter. The end. Let's see. Let's see. The best job. The best job. When you get big, what job will you get? Asked Lily. What will you be? Do you know yet? I can be a fisherman. I can get a fish in a net, and I can rest on the deck when I get wet, said Leaf. I'll be a farmer. I can put hens in the pen. I can dig holes for the corn and get eggs from a hen. I'll be a vet. The best job yet. I can fix a broken leg or help with a pet. I'll be a pilot. I can fly a jet. What will you be? Do you know yet? Lily said, a fisherman, a pilot, a farmer, a vet. Lots of jobs are fun, I bet. The end. Love Flute by Paul Goebel. Love Flute. Love Flute. This is the story of a shy young man who was given the very first love flute long ago by the birds and animals. The young man was so shy that it was easier for him to face enemy warriors in battle than to speak to the girl he loved. Everyone knew he was brave. He always led in the dangerous buffalo hunt, and yet he could never find the courage to tell the beautiful girl that he loved her. He was very unhappy with himself. Many other young men liked the girl. They stood outside her teepee all day long, waiting to wrap her in their blankets and to whisper to her. The young man stood shyly at a distance, looking at the ground. He was afraid to speak. He knew he could never tell her all that he wanted. Each day she looked more beautiful. He thought about her all the time. If he slept, he was still thinking about her. waited by the river where she fetched water. There were always other young men waiting. He wished he was like them. They whistled to her or threw pebbles into the water as she filled her water carrier, and they hoped to wrap her in their baskets as she passed. She smiled and went on her way. They seemed to laugh and speak so easily with her. She smiles at us, she likes us, they laughed among themselves. The young men felt they spoke the truth. He thought he did not even notice him. He thought she didn't even notice him. The young man was sad. He did not care about anything any longer. Life without the beautiful girl was not worthwhile. One morning he left the camp. It did not matter whether he went or what happened to him. He shot an arrow throughout without thought or aim in the air. And the arrow stayed up in the air. It was pointing and leading him on at a pace at which he could walk. All the day he followed. In the evening the arrow fell, and there he found a stream of clear water. The next morning he again shot an arrow in the air, and again it flew in front of him, and that evening fell beside a stream. For 4 days it was exactly the same. He knew he was guided by the unseen powers, that something wonderful was happening. On the evening of the 4th day he lay down to sleep at the edge of an aspen forest. The scent of yellow leaves was good. He was tired and sleepy. Who can say whether he was asleep or still awake? There was a rustle of leaves, a click of hooves, and a voice whispering, "Friend, tell him." Another answering, "No, friend, you tell him." 2 tall elk men with branching antlers and painted black and yellow all over stood above him. "We are going to help you," one of the elk men said. "We give you this. It is a flute. Listen." He blew notes. Their sound was so beautiful that everything everywhere listened. All through the aspen forest the leaves trembled with gladness. The elk man said, "This flute is made of cedar wood, because the cedars like to grow where the winds always blow. The woodpecker lives there. He made these 5 finger holes. See, he shaped his head at the end." The other elk man said, "All the birds and animals have helped to make this flute for you. We have put their voices inside it. When you blow it, our harmony will be in your melodies. When the music of this flute, you will speak straight to the heart of the girl you love. Your life together will be long, and you will have children." The young elk man felt very afraid of the elk men. Their eyes looked into him and saw all his thoughts. He had noticed that each of them carried a hoop which had a mirror at the center. Suddenly they flashed the mirror into his eyes, and he was blind. When he could see again, the elkmen had gone. 2 bull elks were running away in the trees. The next morning the young man found the flute which the elk men had given him, lying on picked sage leaves. Everything around him felt new and wonderful as he set off home again. He blew on the flute, and the cranes joined in happy song. He walked for 4 days, and all the while he listened closely to the songs of birds and animals. Sometimes he blew into the flute, imitating their tunes and weaving them together until he had made his own melodies. Every bird and animal loved the song he played. On the evening of the 4th day he came close to the camp. He began to play his flute. He approached closer and gradually closer, and the spirit of the breeze carried his wonderful song straight to the girl he loved. Every woman in the camp thrilled to the sound, and yet only the girl that the songs were speaking to her. The girl left her teepee. She loved the shy young man who spoke to her with the music of his flute. He told her more beautiful than words could say, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. The end. The end. Let's pick another book. Let's go with this one. The Very Hungry Caterpillar by Eric Carle. Celebrating 50 years. The Very Hungry Caterpillar. The Very Hungry Caterpillar by Eric Carle. In the light of the moon, a little egg lay on a leaf. One Sunday morning, the warm sun came up, and pop, out of the egg came a teeny and very hungry caterpillar. He started looking for some food. On Monday, he ate through an apple, but he was still hungry. On Tuesday, he ate through 2 pears, but he was still hungry. On Wednesday, he ate through 3 plums, but he was still hungry. On Thursday, he ate 4 strawberries, but he was still hungry. On Friday, he ate through 5 oranges, but he was still hungry. On Saturday, he ate through 1 piece of cake, 1 ice cream cone, 1 pickle, 1 slice of Swiss cheese, 1 slice of salami, 1 lollipop, 1 piece of cherry pie, 1 sausage, 1 cupcake, and 1 slice of watermelon. That night, he had a stomachache. The next day was Sunday again. The caterpillar ate through 1 nice giant leaf, and after that he felt much better. Now he wasn't hungry anymore. He wasn't a little caterpillar anymore. He was a big fat caterpillar. He built a small house called a cocoon around himself. He stayed inside for more than 2 weeks. Then he nibbled a hole in the cocoon, pushed his way out, and he was a beautiful butterfly. The end. Let's see. How it works. Rocket. What is a rocket? A rocket is a vehicle that flies to space. It is made up of many different parts. Let's find out how it works. Rockets sit on a launch pad and point toward the sky. They are very tall, so astronauts have to climb a special tower to get to them. Rumble, rumble. 1, 3, 2, 1, blast off. A rocket has to fly very fast to get to space. To do this, it needs a lot of fuel. Zoom, zoom. It uses up its fuel supply. Parts of the rocket are released and fall back to Earth. This means that the rocket gets smaller and smaller as it travels. Out of this world, the rocket has made it all the way to outer space. Rockets contain smaller spacecraft that go out on missions to collect information. One small step for man. The lunar module has landed on the moon. Astronauts can stay in space for months or even years, so they need many supplies. There are These are kept inside the service module. The astronauts' footprints will stay on the moon forever because there is no wind to blow them away. Prepare for re-entry. It's almost time for the rocket to return to Earth. It needs to be as light as possible, so the astronauts eject everything they don't need. They use the last of their fuel to point the rocket to the right direction. Hold on tight, it's going to be a bumpy ride. Whoosh, whoosh. Splashdown. A huge parachute helps to slow the rocket down so it can land safely in the water. Then the rocket and the astronauts are picked up by a recovery ship. Welcome home. The end. Willalongby and the Lion. Willalongby and the Lion. Willalongby and the Lion. Willalongby Smith hated his new house. It was much smaller than his old house and too far away from any kind of friend. There were no trees. Right in the middle of the backyard was a big rock. One morning, Willalongby saw something strange through his window. Sitting on top of the rock was a magnificent gold lion. Excuse me, Willalongby said. What are you doing in my backyard? The lion turned to Willalongby. I've got the power to grant you 10 wishes, he said. But unless you wish for the most wonderful thing of all, I'll be stuck on this rock forever. Willalongby thought for a moment. It would be wonderful if this were a bigger house, he said. The lion closed his eyes, and Willalongby wondered what he was up to. Suddenly the lion asked, Is that big enough? There stood a palace where the house used to be. It was more wonderful than Willalongby could have imagined, and he ran inside where his parents were celebrating. The next day, Willalongby came to the lion and said, I wish I had a roller coaster to ride. The lion closed his eyes. Soon high and winding tracks rose up all around the yard. Willalongby jumped into the middle car and headed down toward the top. He called down to the lion, Hey, lion, I wish I weren't alone up here. In an instant, he wasn't. Every day, Willalongby went to the lion with another wish. For his fourth wish, Willalongby asked for the fastest shoes in the world. For his fifth wish, he asked for shoes that were even faster. His sixth wish was for a hot air balloon submarine with an escape helicopter. After a while, Willalongby became hungry. How about something to eat, lion, he said. Out of thin air appeared the 7 tallest cakes in the world, each piled high with cookies and candy. Next, Willalongby wished for a pair of X-ray glasses. Then he was granted a set of ancient books with all the answers to any kind of homework. By this time, there were crowds pushing and shoving to catch a glimpse of Willalongby and his enchanted lion. But even after 9 wishes, Willalongby hadn't wished for the most wonderful thing of all. Uh-oh. Under the shadow of the roller coaster, Willalongby found the lion slumped on the rock. With his head hung low, "What's the matter?" Willow Longby asked. The lion looked up. "I miss my home," he said. "I want to run through the fields with all the other lions." For the first time, Willow Longby sat down next to the lion and tried to cheer him up. He told the lion everything he could remember about his old house. He told him the best jokes he knew. Together they sang loud songs and practiced roaring until they were out of breath. As it became dark, Willow Longby looked around at all the things he'd wished for. Then he realized what would even be more wonderful. He whispered in his last wish in the lion's ear and drifted off to sleep at the foot of the big rock. It said, "True friend." The end. Your pal Mo Williams presents Leonardo, the Terrible Monster. Leonardo, the Terrible Monster. Leonardo was a terrible monster. He couldn't scare anyone. He didn't have 1,642 teeth like Tony. Note, not all teeth show. He wasn't big like Eleanor. And he wasn't just plain weird like Hector. Leonardo tried very hard to be scary, but he just wasn't. One day, Leonardo had an idea. He would find the most scaredy cat kid in the whole world and scare the tuna salad off him. Leonardo researched until he found the perfect candidate. Sam. Leonardo snuck up on the poor, unsuspecting boy. And the monster gave it all he had. Until the little boy cried. "Yes," cheered Leonardo, "I did it. I finally scared the tuna salad out of someone." "You didn't," snapped Sam. "Oh, yeah," replied Leonardo. "Then why are you crying?" "My mean brother stole my action figure right out of my hands while I was still playing with it. And then he broke it on purpose, and it was my favorite toy, and I tried to fix it but couldn't. I got sad and I got so mad and I kicked the table and stubbed my toe and on the same foot that I hurt last month when I accidentally slipped in the bathtub after I got soap in my eyes trying to wash out the bird poo that my brother's cockatoo popped on my head, and don't have any friends and my tummy hurts." That's why? Then Leonardo made a very big decision. It's okay. Instead of being a terrible monster, he would become a wonderful friend. But that didn't mean that he couldn't try to scare his friend every now and then. Boo! The end. Let's see. Leap, hops, pops, and mops. Leap, hops, pops, and mops. Leap got a pan, Mom got a mop. Leap turns it hot, hot. Mom puts it in. Leap leaves a hop. Look at it pop. Look at it go. Pop, pop, pop. Pan has no lid. Pot has no. What can Leap do? Stop, stop, stop. Mom got a lid. Dad got a top. Leap has a job. Mop, mop, mop. The end. Let's see. The next books. Here we go digging for dinosaur bones. Here we go digging for dinosaur bones, dinosaur bones, dinosaur bones. Here we go digging for dinosaur bones. Doom, 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 doom. Here we go digging for dinosaur bones, dinosaur bones, dinosaur bones. Here we go digging for dinosaur bones on a warm and sunny morning. This is the way we hike and trail, hike and trail, hike and trail. This is the way we hike and trail on a warm and sunny morning. This is the way we scan the ground, scan the ground, scan the ground. This is the way we scan the ground on a warm and sunny morning. This is the way we excavate, excavate, excavate. This is excavate on a warm and sunny morning. This is the way we swift through dirt, shift. This is the way we shift through dirt, shift through dirt, shift through dirt. This is the way we shift through dirt on a warm and sunny morning. This is the way we wrap our finds, wrap our finds, wrap our finds. This is the way we wrap our finds on a warm and sunny morning. This is the way we clean the bones, clean the bones, clean the bones. This is the way we clean the bones on a warm and sunny morning. This is the way we study bones, study bones, study bones. This is the way we study bones on a warm and sunny morning. This is the way we build a T-Rex, build a T-Rex, build T-Rex. This is the way we build T-Rex on a warm and sunny morning. This is the way it bares its teeth, bares its teeth, bares its teeth. This is the way it bares its teeth on a warm and sunny morning. The end. Let's go digging for dinosaur bones, dinosaur bones, dinosaur bones. Let's go digging for dinosaur bones on a warm and sunny morning. The end. I Prayed for You by Jean Fisher. Before you were born, I asked God for something special. I asked Him for you. Dear loving Father in heaven above, send a sweet baby for Mama to love. The first time I held you in my arms, you fell asleep all snuggly cozy, and I prayed, "Thank you, dear God, for this cute cuddly bear. May my little one know your love's always there." When you took your first wobbly little steps, I asked God to guide you wherever you go. Guide every step, every day, every year. Help this cub follow you, and to you draw near. When you said your first prayers, your voice was like a song, the sweetest song I ever heard, and God heard you too. Listen, dear Lord, as my munchkin prays. May his heart turn to you and love you always. You said your first no when you should have said yes, but Mama never ever stopped loving you. I ask God for help. Please help my child to learn what is good and to do what a little bear what a and to do what a dear little honey bear should. The first time you saw a butterfly, it fluttered around your fuzzy head, it tickled your little round ears, you laughed and prayed. You laughed and I prayed. God, give this silly bear dances and wiggles, the happiest fun and bundles of giggles. The first time you got hurt, I gave you the biggest, warmest, safest mama hug. I asked God to make you all better again. Whenever my sweet pea hurts for a while, please change that sad face from a frown to a smile. On that day when you first put your clothes on all by yourself, I was proud of you. We sang and we danced, and I said, "Thank you, Lord. Thank you so much for each little blessing. Today we are grateful for by myself dressing." Then one day you were so brave you spent the whole day at school without me, and while you were gone I asked God to help you. May my little ones may my little ones headed for classrooms and hallways please go with my pumpkin today and then always. Today and tomorrow, and even when you are all grown up, I'm old and gray forever. Today and tomorrow, even when you are all grown up, and I am old and gray, never forgotten, precious child, your mama will always pray for you. Dear loving Father in heaven above, thank you so much for this child whom I love. Amen. The end. Clifford takes a swim. Clifford takes a swim. Hi, I'm Emily Elizabeth, and this is my dog Clifford. Today we are going to the town pool with my parents. I've been taking swimming lessons, and today all the families are coming to see what we've learned. We're going to show them how we follow the pool rules: no running, no diving, running, or rough play, and that we can get into the pool safely, float, go underwater, swim all the way across the pool. Then we are having a big barbecue to celebrate. My class meets Coach Carol on the pool deck. We learned to only go in the pool when an adult is watching us. Okay, ready, Coach says. Everybody in. We get into the pool with our feet first, just like we were taught. Great job, Coach says. Now let's show everyone how you learn to float. Lifeguard Samar is watching us too. He gives us a thumbs up. Welcome, parents, Coach Carol says. Today our kids will play in the dolphin game to demonstrate what they've learned in swim class. Of course, they'll have some fun too. Coach Carol went on to explain that we would each get a dolphin pin for our hard work. I'm so excited for my parents and Clifford to see me swim. We split up into teams. For the first game, it was water basketball. Children, while you're playing, show how you can bob in the water, says Coach Carol, and also how you can push off from the bottom of the pool to jump up and make a shot. My friends and I toss the ball around to each other. Everyone is jumping and laughing and splashing. When it's my turn, I imagine I'm a dolphin. I soar out of the water and shoot the ball. Score! During the basketball game, Lisa accidentally throws the ball out of the pool. Clifford dashes across the pool deck to fetch it. Oh, Clifford! I cry out. There's no running by the pool. It's not safe. Clifford already knows how to swim, but he doesn't know the pool rules like I do. I have to make sure to keep him safe by telling him what I learned in our lessons. The next game is an underwater treasure hunt, where we get to show off how we can swim underwater. Coach Carroll has hidden 5 gems and 5 gold coins somewhere in the pool. We have to find them. Ready, set, hunt, Coach Carroll says. As I go underwater, I imagine that I'm a mermaid looking for lost treasure. Just then I spot a gold coin. Suddenly, Clifford dives into the pool. I think he wants to help find the treasure too. Clifford, I shout, there's no diving or rough play in the pool. He swims over and licks my face. This means he's sorry. The final game is ready. This will show that we can swim across the pool. When it's my turn, I kick my feet hard and breathe just as I was taught. Then, when I turn my head to the side for air, I can hear my classmates cheering, "Go, Emily Elizabeth, go!" When I finish my lap and get out of the pool, my classmate Ginny says, "You did such a great job, but I'm nervous. What if I can't swim the whole way?" "You can do it, Ginny," I said. I've seen you do it so many times before in class." "You're right," Ginny says, feeling better. "I can do it." Ginny gets a surprise when she gets into the pool. Clifford gets in and doggy paddles right next to her. With Clifford by her side, she feels even better about swimming across the pool. Finally, it's time for the barbecue celebration. After all that hard work, I'm hungry. "Congratulations, children," Coach Carroll announces, then hands out our pins. "We've all learned so much in our swim lessons. I'm very proud of you. Before we finish, I have one more pin to give out. It's for a swimmer who learned all the pool rules and showed kindness to a friend who needed help. That special swimmer is Clifford." Coach puts a dolphin pin on Clifford and gives him a tasty bone. Later, all the kids from my lessons go back into the pool and play. It's time for our parents to come with us. Since Coach Carroll had to leave for the day, my mom volunteers to be water watcher for the kids in my class. That means she wears a special card around her neck and promises to look out for us all the time. I'm so proud that my mom is helping out. Clifford comes in the water with us too. He floats on his back like a big red raft. We climb aboard. I love swimming with Clifford. The end. Walter the farting dog. Walter the farting dog. Betty and Billy brought Walter home from the dog pound. "Nobody wanted him," said Billy, "but we love him," said Betty. "Well, he smells awful," said their mother. "I think you'd better give him a bath." Mother walked in and said, "He still smells awful." That's when they got the first clue, the telltale bubbles in the water. "He's probably just a little nervous," said Mother. "Hopefully his stomach must be upset." But Walter's stomach wasn't upset. Walter's stomach was fine. He felt perfectly normal. He just farted a lot. He did it when he bathed. He did it when he played with Betty and Billy. He did it when he walked around the house. He did it in the dining room. He did it in the kitchen. And he did it in his sleep. Oh no, Walter the dog is farting. "That dog farts morning, noon, and night," said Father. "He can't help it, Daddy," said Betty and Billy. They didn't mind Walter's farts. "So what if he farts?" Billy said to Betty when they were alone in their room with Walter. Betty agreed. Walter agreed too. He sat there, looking innocently around, farting. Take him to the vet, said Father. Farting, said the vet, or rectal flatulence, as we say in the medical profession, said, and prescribed a change in diet. They gave Walter every kind of dog food. He farted. They tried him on cat food. He gave him hot dogs, hamburgers, and lettuce and tomato sandwiches. They gave him fried chicken. They gave him rabbit food. They made him a vegetarian. No matter what the dog eats, he turns it into farts, roared Father. Walter got the blame for everybody else's farts, too. If Uncle Irvy let one slip, he just went and stood near Walter. And then all he had to say was, Walter, and everybody would look at poor Walter. He has to go back to the pound, said Father. No, Daddy, please beg Betty and Billy. It doesn't. Don't send Walter away. He goes tomorrow, said Father. They pleaded. Walter farted. It was all over. That night, Betty and Billy cried in their beds, and Walter looked at them unhappily. Oh, Walter, said Betty, you've got to stop farting, because Father's going to send you back to the pound tomorrow, said Billy. There's Walter, pooting away. Walter knew how serious the situation was. He'd never seen Betty and Billy again. He'd never see Betty and Billy again. He resolved to hold in his farts forever. When Betty and Billy fell asleep, he walked down in the kitchen to see if there was anything around to eat. He managed to open the cupboard door with his nose and found the 25-pound bag of low fart dog biscuits the vet had prescribed for him, which had made him fart more. Even though he knew they made him fart more, he couldn't resist. He ate the entire bag. Very tasty, said Walter to himself. Oh no, fart away. And then he went and lay down on the sofa. A gigantic gas bubble began to build inside him. This is going to be trouble, he said to himself nervously. He was afraid of what might happen if he let it go. He thought maybe the house would explode, so he kept it in. It wasn't easy. In fact, it was torture. He had nerve to fart. He had resolved never to fart again. His future depended on it. He lay there with his tail wrapped tightly between his legs. He heard a noise at the window. Poor Walter. He watched it slowly open. A pair of burglars came through. They dropped silently into the kitchen. Watch out for the dog, said one of the burglars. He won't bite, said the other. He's a wimp. Walter might have bitten him, except he was so filled with gas he couldn't move. He tied a rag around his snout. He couldn't bark. Okay, whispered the first burglar. Let's clear the place out. They took everything they could get their hands on. Walter wanted to stop them, but he was having unbearable gas pains. He rolled on his back and waved his paws in the air. He gnashed his teeth. We've got it all, said the second burglar. Let's go. There goes the burglars. That's when Walter let it fly. It was the worst fart of his life. It made a tremendous noise and shot him across the room. A hideous cloud filled the air. The burglars clutched their throats, unable to breathe. With tears in their eyes, they raced for the window. They tried to grab their bag with all the valuables in it, but their arms were too weak. Let's get out of here. Oh no, poor Walter. They jumped out the window and ran up the block, choking and gasping for air. Still blinded by Walter's attack, they stepped into the headlights of an approaching police car. Hold it right there, said the policeman. When Father and Mother came down in the morning, they found the open window and they saw the bag with their valuables in it. Walter was sitting beside it. He still had the rag tied around his snout. You'd have to say he looked heroic. He saved the silverware, cried Mother. He saved the VCR, cried Father. Good dog, Walter, you're our dog, even if you do fart all the time. And so the family learned to live with Walter, the hero dog, and that's the end of the tale. The end. Let's do King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. Long ago, in a land called Sheba, there lived a beautiful young princess by the name of Makeda. She had big brown eyes and dark skin, and her thick black hair was woven into many braids. Princess Makeda had two brothers, Prince Maru and Prince Siku. They introduced her to all of their games and adventures. When Makeda would return from the palace gardens with scrapes and knees, her mother, Queen Menelahushi, would chid her, saying, "This is not exactly how a girl behaves." But Queen Mena, Menelhusha always laughed when she said these words, so Makeda knew that her mother was really quite proud of her adventurous spirit. Makeda was very kind, although she was a princess. She would often travel with her mother. There's Makeda. She would often travel with her mother outside the gates of the palace to bring food and clothing to the poor families of the palace city. Makeda was also very smart. She enjoyed trying to stump the palace elders with her questions. When she was only 6 years old, she composed her first riddle. What continues to weigh the same no matter how big or small it gets? Makeda asked the king's wisest advisors, but none of them knew the answer. A hole, she said to them, laughing because a hole weighs nothing no matter what size it is. A father's choice. When Makeda was 18 years old, her father, King Abura, became ill. The king said to his royal advisers, "I shall not live much longer. I must now begin to prepare for one of my children to take over the throne when I die. Everyone expects that I will choose Prince Maru, my eldest son, but there are things about him that trouble me. Maru is not always polite to others. Sometimes he throws temper tantrums and he shows off in front of his friends. My second son, Siku, has no desire to be king. Instead, he loves to write poetry, listen to music, and dream of faraway places. No, it can't be Siku either. I must do what is best for my people. I choose Makeda. The people love her. She is kind to everyone, and she is also very wise." The members of the royal court rejoiced. They said, "Princess Makeda will make a wonderful ruler." Only Prince Maru protested, "Father, you can't deny me the throne. It's my birthright as I am the eldest son. Besides, Makeda is only a girl. She isn't fit to be the ruler. Father, please don't do this to me. I will be the laughing stock of the kingdom." But King Abira knew that it was best for the kingdom of Sheba. His decision was final. A great coronation was planned. Everyone within the palace began to prepare. The tailors sewed a beautiful new gown for the princess. Musicians practiced on their drums and horns. The royal dancers perfected new movements. The court jesters made up new jokes. The palace was abuzz with excitement. Throughout the land, people prepared gifts to bring to the new queen. chickens, wild geese, rare fruits, and flowers. Gold and silver each person according to his own means. But before the coronation could take place, King Ibira became weaker. He realized that he could not live to place the crown on the head of his youngest daughter. He called Makeda to him to bid her farewell. My child, you have inherited a good and rich land, he said to her. Cherish it, rule your people with kindness as a mighty queen. Do not forget that wisdom is more precious than all the gold and riches in the universe. Remember, follow wisdom wherever you find it. Then he closed his eyes for the last time. Makeda all the way at wept at the thought of what she had never seen. She would never see her father again. She always remembered her father's final words. Makeda becomes queen. The day of the coronation arrived. Over her beautiful new gown, Makeda wore the delicate royal robes of Sheba. A golden crown set with sparkling jewels was placed upon her head. All the people shouted, "Long live Makeda, our queen!" from the balcony of the palace. Makeda spoke to the greatest assembly gathered in the courtyard below. Thank you for sharing this day with me, a day that I will never forget. I promise you that I will follow my father's path. Your voices will always be heard, and justice and peace will continue to reign in this land. Queen Mother Mina Lehush, Prince Maru, and Prince Suku were at her side. All were smiling, but Makeda could see the sadness in Maru's eyes. She felt sorry for him, but she knew that her father had picked her over her brothers and that she had to carry out his wishes. And indeed, Queen Makeda ruled the land well. She encouraged the people to plant new spices. Sheba became an important center along the spice trade route. The port of Sheba was busy from morning until night. Ships from many distant places. The men of Sheba built boats. The women cut precious stones and made necklaces and earrings. The old and the young harvested spices. Donkeys and camels carried their loads to the ports. King Solomon, the wise. In a land far away from Sheba, 100 days by camel and boat, there lived a king by the name of Solomon. Solomon had inherited the throne from his father David, the greatest king of Israel. Solomon was very wise. Even as a little boy, he showed a talent for settling disputes between people. When he was 11 years old, he helped his father, King David, settle an argument between a shepherd and a farmer. One night, the shepherd's sheep entered the farmer's field and ate all the crops. The farmer was very angry at the shepherd. He said, "I have lost everything. You should have kept your own sheep behind your fence and let them run through the fields. And not let them run to the field. Now I have nothing to sell in the marketplace. How can I feed my children?" "It's not my fault that the sheep ate all your crops," answered the shepherd. "You should have put up better fences." They argued and argued. Finally, the matter was brought before King David. The king decided it was the shepherd's fault for not watching his sheep. Therefore, the sheep should be given to the farmer. After all, the sheep had eaten all the farmer's crops. The farmer was happy, but the shepherd cried, "Now how will I feed my children? I have no wool or milk to sell." Young Solomon had an idea. "Father," he said, "the farmer lost his crops, but he still has his land. Next year he will be able to grow new crops. Let the farmer keep the sheep just for this year and sell their wool and milk next year. When the farmer's crops grown again, he should return the sheep to the sheep herder." King David said, "My son, that is very good advice. I will do as you say." The farmer and the shepherd were both satisfied with this decision. Many years later, Solomon became king. They came to his coronation as friends and reminded Solomon of the story. Solomon builds the temple. Solomon loved God and he loved peace. After he became king, Solomon said to his court advisors, "I want to build a great temple to God. It was my father's dream to build this temple, but God did not choose him to do so." "Why not?" asked the court advisors. "Because my father was a warrior who fought in many battles," answered the king. "The temple is supposed to be built in a time of peace, not war, so we must begin to build now." King Solomon brought together architects and stonemasons, wood carvers, and gold artisans. They built a glorious temple to God. Before long, people everywhere heard that Solomon's temple in Jerusalem was the most magnificent building in the world. And otherwise, too, Solomon was a very successful king. He built Israel into a great trading nation. When spice traders from Sheba returned home from their travels to the land of Israel, they brought back not only copper and honey, but also stories of the wise King Solomon and his great temple. Many of these stories were told to the Queen of Sheba by Tamarian, her chief advisor. The queen enjoyed hearing the stories about Solomon. "He's so wise," she would say to Tamarian. "I would like to meet this great king one day. Perhaps one day you shall," Tamarian answered. The hub bird. At the same time that Makeda was thinking of visiting King Solomon, Solomon was hearing stories about the land of Sheba. The king's merchants had traveled far and wide to bring back building materials for the Holy Temple. They also brought back reports of the beautiful land of Sheba. There were pieces there where peace and justice reigned. "Who is the king that rules this wonderful land?" Solomon asked. "Aaron, this must his most trusted advisor. There is no king, sir, but a queen. Her people say she rules with kindness and wisdom, and like you, my lord, she maintains peace in all her land." People, I gotta go use the bathroom, and I'll be right back. I'm back, guys. A queen, explained Solomon, but she has no king. No, your majesty, she is not married. Some say it's because she is so devoted to her people. Some say, Aaron said, lowering his voice, are that she is a sorceress, a giant who towers over the tallest of men. Gods say that she is part human, part animal, with the face and body of a woman, but feet of a goat. Well, I should like to see her myself, Solomon told him. Let us invite her to our land to see the temple of God. Solomon was quite quiet for a moment. Then he asked, Tell me, Aaron, what god does she worship? Her merchants worship a sun god. Aaron answered, I have heard that the queen and her court worship animals, trees, and the moon as well. How long will it take for an invitation to reach the queen? Inquired Solomon. 100 days by camel and boat, your majesty. Aaron told the king, but the seas are rough and we can't begin a journey until the water winds die down. I can't wait so long, declared the king, and he asked a strange question. Are there any birds that your merchants have brought back from the land of Sheba? The hudhud bird, Aaron answered. It has a loud call and a red beak. Bring one to me immediately, King Solomon commanded. Next Solomon called in Ittai, his most skilled scribe. Ittai, write an invitation to the finest, most delicate merchant, light enough for a bird to carry. When Ittai finished, the invitation was attached to the hudhud bird's leg, and the bird was set free. It flew high above the mountains and valleys, seas and deserts as it journeyed home. Queen Merida accepts. Queen Merida accepts an invitation. One morning, as Queen Merida sat on her throne, her ladies in the waiting rustled in breathlessly. They carried a small scroll. Dear Queen, this was sent for you, they said excitedly. It was tied to the leg of a hudhud bird. Returning home from a faraway land, the queen unraveled the scroll. To the honorable Queen of Sheba, I, King Solomon, son of David, King of Israel, do hereby invite you to a feast celebrating the completion of God's temple. I request that you come to the beautiful land of Israel. Come to the city of holiness, Jerusalem, where we give honor to the one God of the universe. When Makeda finished reading the scroll, she announced to tell all the members of the royal court, I shall go. Then the people were upset when they heard their queen was leaving. They feared that trouble might arise in their peaceful kingdom while she was away. They were also worried about their queen's safety, but Makeda assured them, saying, Prince Maru and Prince Suku will rule the land in my absence. Tamarine will help them as she always helped me. Nevertheless, the members of the court continued to question her. Does not the land of Sheba have everything that you need? Why would you want to go to a faraway land? The queen answered, Before my father died, he said to me, Follow wisdom wherever you find it. From him I learned that wisdom is more precious than all the gold and silver in the world. I have heard the great wisdom of King Solomon. I will go to him and bring back what I learned, so I will share it with you. Now the people understood why Queen Makeda wished to travel to King Solomon's land. Go, your majesty, and your hearts go with you, they say. When she was alone, Makeda thought to herself, I must test the king to see if he is as wise as they say he is. I will make up the cleverest riddles to test the wisdom of Solomon. There was much work to be done before the long journey. The caravans had to organized decisions and decisions had to be made: who would go with the queen and who would stay, what gifts to bring, how much water and food would be needed for the journey, which was the best route. Finally, it was all ready. They sailed up the Nile, then they traveled by camel through the mountains and the deserts, the plains, and the coastlands until they came within sight of Jerusalem. It rose like a jewel in the mountains. Queen Merida meets King Solomon. The city of Jerusalem was surrounded by stone walls on which Solomon's watchmen stood guard. Suddenly there was a commotion. "Look, a caravan is coming," shouted the guards. When they saw the travelers below, "We must send a message to the king." The messenger reached the king quickly. "A large caravan is coming," he reported. "The travelers come in friendship, for they are unharmed. We can tell it is a royal caravan by the beautiful silver and purple carriage that is being carried. But we do not know who is inside." "It must be the Queen of Sheba," thought the king. But could she have arrived so soon? I wasn't expecting her until next month. It's a good thing the special pool I built was completed yesterday. I shall use the pool to test it if what they say about her strange feet is true. To his servants he said, go down." To his servants he said, "Hurry, go down the mountain and bring them to the palace." The queen was brought directly to the chambers Solomon had built for her. Although Solomon wished to see Queen Makeda immediately, and she wished to see him, it was custom to allow foreign visitors several days to rest after a long journey. Finally, Queen Makeda was taken to see King Solomon. To reach his throne, she saw she would have no cross the yellow shallow pool. She would have to cross the yellow shallow pool. Makeda realized at once that Solomon had been told that she might have a goat's feet, and this was how he would discover the truth. Now, how clever, she thought as she removed her sandals and gently tucked her skirt around her. A beautiful ankle dropped into the water. Solomon, who had been watching her closely, breathed a sigh of relief. "The tales you have been told about me are not true." Makeda smiled. "I can see that she is as clever as she is beautiful," Solomon said to himself. After reaching his throne, Makeda presented King Solomon with an emerald bracelet. Solomon marveled at the perfectly chiseled stones. "How talented are the artisans of Sheba!" "Thank you," he said to her. Makeda also gave him an ebony sculpture in the likeness of a lion, the symbol of the sun god in the land of Sheba. In addition, she brought yards of wool and cotton, rolls of pure silk dyed in indigo, baskets of spices, the wondrous perfume of wondrous fair, wondrous theremin, a perfume known only to the people of Sheba. King Solomon also gave gifts to Queen Makeda: flax and honey, and a sphinx sapphire box filled with golden ornaments for her beautiful braids. He also presented her with an ivory sculpture in the likeness of a lion. In the land of Israel, the lion is the symbol of the King of David and the throne of Solomon. The riddles. The next day, King Solomon held a banquet in the queen's honor. While they were eating, the king saw Makeda was deep in thought. "My dear Queen of Sheba, tell me what is on your mind." Makeda hesitated. Solomon gazed at her and said, "I believe you wish to test my wisdom, that you want to ask me riddles." Makeda did not lower her eyes, but looked directly at Solomon. "Yes," she said. "I don't know how you knew that what I was thinking, but I do have some riddles to ask you." "Then let us begin," the king advised. Makeda posed the first riddle. What land has seen the sun shine upon it for only What land has seen the sun shine upon it for one day only?" Solomon answered quickly. It's the land beneath the waters of the Red Sea. For one day only, the waters of the Red Sea was divided so that a nation could walk across the other side. Correct, Nikita said, amazed, but how could you possibly know? That it's a tale that is told in my country, Solomon explained. Though people in many lands speak of the miracles of the parting of the waters, they do not know what this miracle happened to the Jewish people, my people. Many centuries ago, my ancestors were slaves in the land of Egypt. God told Moses to lead the Jewish slaves out of Egypt. God had Moses perform many miracles until Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, finally agreed to let the slaves go free. But after they left Egypt, Pharaoh changed his mind and ordered. Whoa! I'm trying to get the fix here. Okay. And ordered his army to go after them. The Egyptian army pursued them right up to the Red Sea. The Jews were frightened either way, they were trapped. If they tried to escape Pharaoh's army by running into the sea, they would drown. If they just stood there, the soldiers would kill them. Then suddenly a miracle happened. God parted the waters of the Red Sea. The Jews walked across dry land just as they reached to the other side. The waters closed up again, and their enemies who had tried to follow them drowned in the sea. Marquita listened with great interest. That is quite a story, she said, surprised to learn that the tale she had heard as a child in Sheba was actually the story of the Jewish people. Yes, agreed King Solomon. It is a story we often retell, now, what about, what other riddles do you have for me? It is said that you know a great deal about nature, Makita began. Do you see that trunk? She asked, pointing to the sawed-off section of the tree that her servants had just brought in. Both ends look exactly the same, but one end faced down toward the root of the tree, and the other faced its branches. Can you tell me which end is which? King Solomon picked up the tree trunk, threw it into the whirlpool. The end that faced the root sinks, announced the king. The end that faced the branches floated above the water. Makita thought, although he's a king, he knows the secrets of nature as well as any farmer in the land. The queen clapped her hands. 50 young children rushed in, all the same height, all dressed exactly alike in skirts and blouses. Even their hair was the same length. As you see, my king, Makita explained, these children are all dressed like girls, but only 25 are girls and 25 are boys. Without coming closer, without hearing voices, can you tell me which are boys and which are girls? Solomon called aside his servants, who turned immediately with spiced candles from his throne. Solomon tossed handfuls of sweets to the children. 25 of them gathered candies in their skirts. 25 raised their hands in the air to catch the candies. Those who raised their hands are the boys, Solomon declared, for they are unaccustomed to using a skirt to catch things. Wonderful, King Solomon, the Queen of Sheba cried. Wonderful, wonderful, echoed all the people in the court. Queen Makita clapped her hands again. Her servants entered, carrying 50 flowering plants. Only one of these plants is real, announced the queen. The others are imitations produced by artisans in Sheba. Can you tell which is the real plant? Solomon leaned over and whispered something into the ear of his servant. Moments later, the servant returned with a small hummingbird cupped in his hands. The bird was released. In a matter of seconds, it fluttered near one of the plants, busily drawing out the sweet nectar from its flower. Ah, that is the real plant. The king pointed as everyone clapped. Is there no limit of wisdom of our king? The people asked one another. Who is God? Makita asked more riddles that day, and Solomon answered them one by one. The last riddle had been answered. Queen Makita said, King Solomon, I did not believe all that I hear about you, so I came to see for myself. But you are even wiser than I had imagined. You surely desire the great wealth and success you enjoy. Deserve. Deserve, the king explained. I do not deserve anything. Then how do you account for all this? She asked with a sweep of her arm. It's a gift from the one God of the universe, King Solomon answered. God created the heavens, the earth, God created the heavens and the earth, the sun and the moon, the stars, the planets, and the animals, and all living things upon the earth. God is everywhere and everything. Not so, Queen Makita protested. It is the sun god whom we owe everything. The sun warms us. It lightens our land by day, and it shines upon the moon at night. We live only because the sun grows our food, our plants, our trees. Without the sun, we should surely die. All can see our sun, she continued, but you say God is everywhere. How can you worship a God you cannot see? Could tell by her tone that she was not the moment to speak further about. Solomon could tell by her tone that this was not the moment to speak further about his God. Let us speak of these matters another time, he suggested. Makita, too, was not in the mood for debate. As you wish, she agreed. That night, as Makita lay in her bed, her mind returned to Solomon's words. Deserve? It's not. It is not that I deserve anything. It is all from the one God. How strange, she thought, and how fascinating. Abraham and God. When King Makita met King Solomon next day, she immediately said, Solomon, tell me more about your God. How did you know what is on your mind? He asked. Because it has been on my mind ever since I left you. I could barely sleep last night, she told him. Come with me to see the great temple of Jerusalem. Perhaps it will help you understand how our people see our God. Makita accompanied Solomon to the great temple. It was the harvest season temple, and the temple was bustling with activities. Everywhere she looked, Makita saw sacrifices being offered. She could smell the incense, see the smoke rising in the air. We do the same in our land, she said, but here there are no idols and no images of gods. How can that be? For us there are no idols, only the one God of the universe, King Solomon explained. But where is your God? She pressed, still wanting to see or touch something solid. My queen, King Solomon carefully answered, while we cannot see our God is everywhere, in every rock and every grain of sand, in every breath of air we take. God is in you and me. It was God who revealed to me the answers to your riddles, and it was God, said the king, looking into Makita's beautiful brown eyes, who brought you to me. The queen thought for a long moment. Then she asked, have your people always believed in God? No, Solomon replied. Long ago, the ancestors of many people worshipped many gods, the sun, the moon, the stars, and even animal gods. But we came to realize that there is only one true, powerful God, the one God of the universe. There is a story about Abraham, the father of our people, that may help you better understand what I am saying. When Abraham was a young man, he worked in his father's idol shop. Terah, Abraham's father, had to leave the shop for a short while, so he put his son in charge of the store. A woman came in with a bowl of grain. Here, she said to Abraham, put this grain before the idols. It's my gift to them. When she left the shop, Abraham took a stick and smashed all of the idols except for one. He put the stick in the hand of the one idol. When Terah returned, she shouted, who did this terrible thing? Abraham replied, a woman came in and gave me food for the idols. Then one idol said, I want to eat it first. The idol said, no, I want to go first. Soon all the idols were fighting with one another, each one saying, it's my turn, it's my turn. Finally, this one idol took a stick and smashed all the others. What? Tara yelled, do you take me for a fool? You know these idols have no power. Father, said Abraham, listen to your own words. Why should anyone worship these idols? There is only one powerful, true God. So Abraham packed his knapsack and concluded the king and left his father's house. He traveled far, and one day he heard the voice of the one God of the universe. God told Abraham that he was right not to believe in idols and that God and Abraham would be partners forever. When Solomon finished his story, Makeda was deep in thought. How strange that your God is everywhere. He rules everything, she said. Tell me more, Solomon. Solomon then explained to her how God had not only taken the slaves out of Egypt, made them free, he had also given them the Torah as they journeyed through the Sinai desert. Finally, after 40 years of wandering through the desert, God had brought the Jewish people to the land of Israel. In the Torah are the Ten Commandments and all the laws about justice and how to treat our people. The king added, the Torah is the story of the covenant, the agreement that God made with Abraham. This covenant was also made with Abraham's children and then again with Moses and the Jewish people. It is renewed with each generation. Queen Makeda listened with great interest. Solomon, I'm beginning to understand, she said, but I need more time to think about all of this. The queen follows wisdom. That night, as Makeda slept, her father appeared to her in a dream. Follow wisdom, my child, she commanded her. He commanded her, follow wisdom wherever you find it. When she awoke, she knew that Solomon had given her the greatest gift of all, his wisdom about God and the universe. She understood that his words about God were more important than the answers to all the riddles in the world. Suddenly, Makeda felt lonely and wanted to return to Sheba, yet she thought about leaving Solomon. She had but a choice to be made. When they saw each other again, Makeda said to Solomon, it's time for me to return home. I must share with the people of Sheba the lessons I have learned from you. Solomon looked sorrowful. He said, please, Makeda, do not leave me. You have become so precious to me. Stay by my side forever. And then his voice softened. Will you marry me? He asked. Makeda was surprised, thrilled, and confused. All at once, she did not know what to do. Should she stay and marry Solomon or return to Sheba? No matter how deep her love for Solomon, she knew her people of Sheba also needed her. At last she answered, I will marry you, for I love you and wish to be in your heart always, but I must return home to Sheba before too long. A great wedding. A great wedding was planned. The celebration lasted weeks. King Solomon and Queen Sheba spent many happy days together, but they realized that eventually their time together would come to an end. After several months, Makeda said to Solomon, I must keep my promise and return to Sheba. She began preparing for a long journey home. On the evening of her departure, Solomon's heart was heavy. He came to her chambers laden with gifts. Among them was a gold ring set with diamonds and rubies. On the side of the ring, Solomon had engraved these words, place me as a seal upon your heart. Aww. Makeda slipped the ring on her finger and said, I will keep this forever as a sign of our love. Do not be sad, dear Solomon, she told him, though she felt quiet and to herself. We will see each other again some day. Queen Makeda did not tell King Solomon what she suspected, that she was carrying his child. It was too soon to know for sure. If she waited to tell him, it would be more difficult to leave. The journey home. After a long journey, Makeda reached the land of Sheba. The people came out to greet her, and with great joy and thanksgiving, they were happy to have their beloved queen home at last. Soon after her return to the palace, Makita gave birth to a baby boy. She named him Benlahem, 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 which in Hebrew means son of the wise. Queen Mother Mel, Melin, Melishu, Melinishu loved her grandson and called him Menek, Menek, Min, Minik, Minilik, Minilink. The boy was adored by all the palace and beyond. Everyone knew that one day he would inherit the throne. Soon after the birth of Ben Benlehem, Benlehem, Minilik, Makita began to share with everyone all she had learned while she was away. They were eager to hear everything she had to say about King Solomon, the people of Israel, and the one God of the universe. When Benlehem Minilik reached the age of 13, Queen Makita said to him, "My son, it is now time for you to visit your father. Go to him and tell him all that we have done in the land of Sheba. Tell him that now we too worship the one God of the universe. Tell him that I love him and think of him every day." "But, mother, how will he know that I am his son?" the boy asked. "You have his spark of wisdom. Besides," Makita held up a mirror to the handsome face of her son, "this is exactly how he looks. He will recognize you immediately." Once again, the people of Sheba prepared for a great journey as the young son of Queen Makita set off to meet his father. The end. Afterward, Prince Menelik stayed with his father, King Solomon, until he had learned all that King Solomon could teach him about being a ruler. When Menelik finally went home to Sheba, King Solomon sent with him amazing gifts: 12,000 of his own people, 1,000 from each of the 12 tribes of Israel, to help Menelik rule and help his people continue the worship of God. Eventually, the people of Sheba stopped worshiping the sun god. After the death of his beloved mother, Queen Makita, Prince Menelik was crowned emperor. Menelik, he and his descendants ruled the land of Sheba wisely and with all of his generations. By then, the religion of the country was called Judaism. Even the name of the country had changed from Sheba to Ethiopia. As years passed, however, new religions were introduced into the country, and many of the people converted to these new religions. Before long, there were wars between those who converted to the new religions and those who still worshipped the way of King Solomon and Queen Sheba. In the end, Jews were driven away from their cities and farms to high and stony mountains. They became metal workers and potters, traders, either Ethiopians looked down on. A large number of them became sharecroppers, farming someone else's land in return for a small part of crops. They were very poor and their children were hungry. But they always had the same dream as their ancestor, Queen Makita, to go to Jerusalem. Every Jewish mother told her children, "Someday you'll go to Jerusalem, just like the Queen." Many years passed before their dream came true. King Solomon's country, Israel, was reestablished, and his capital was exactly where the King Solomon's capital had been, in Jerusalem. You might think that all Ethiopian Jews would have left at once for Jerusalem, but the cruel communist government threw out the last ruler of Emperor Menelik's line, and wouldn't let anyone else leave Ethiopia. Anyone who wanted to go to Jerusalem or anywhere else had to sneak away at night through jungles, across rivers, over mountains, and into deserts. Some died of exhaustion, hunger, thirst, or disease, but still the Jews kept trying to reach Jerusalem. Other Jews from around the world helped them. Those who managed to escape from Ethiopia hid until brave secret agents from the new state of Israel could find them and take them to Jerusalem. How did they go? Some crossed the Red Sea by boat, as Queen Makita had others flew in airplanes the Queen never dreamed of. In Operation Moses, the Israelites, with help from the government of the United States, flew more than 8,000 Ethiopian Jews to Israel in just a few weeks' time. Most amazing of all, in 1991, more than 14,000 Ethiopian Jews were airlifted out of the Ethiopian capital, Addis Ababa. Addis Ababa. In just one day, the airlift was called Operation Solomon. Today, practically all Ethiopian Jews live in Israel. Their lives have changed a lot. But one thing will never change. Ethiopian mothers and fathers will always tell their children about how their people first came to be, how the great Queen Makeda and the famous King Solomon met, and how the beautiful queen tested the wise king, and how they knew, and even though they had to part some day in the future, their children would come home. And so they have. Barbara Gordon, Director, North American Conference of Ethiopian Jewry. The end. Now let's take a look at this place is cold. This place is cold. How cold is it? If you visit Alaska during the winter, the first things you would notice are the cold and darkness. How cold can it get? Temperatures can drop 50 degrees below zero Fahrenheit and even lower. People during their plunge their cars into electrical outlets in their garages. People plug their cars into electrical outlets in their garages special engine heaters can keep the batteries from getting too cold to start. Firewood is so frozen that one tap of an axe shatters a log. Snow squeaks loudly when you step in it. Sometimes the wind is so strong you have to walk at a slant. Your breath turns instantly into teeny ice crystals that glitter in the sun. Your eyebrows and eyelashes freeze that you don't dare rub them for fear they will break off. Why is it so cold? In the winter, the North Pole points away from the sun, so the top of the world called the Arctic Circle is always in darkness. Just below the Arctic Circle, the sun comes up around lunchtime for only a few hours. Children wake up when it's dark to go to school in the dark and come home in the dark. If there is almost no sunlight, it gets cold. On some winter nights, the sky is decorated by an incredible display of swirling colored curtains of light called the Aurora Borealis, or the Northern Lights. Rivers of ice. Millions of years ago, rivers of ice called glaciers began to form in valleys all over Alaska. Snow piles up from year to year, and since it is always cold, it doesn't melt. The weight of the piled snow changes the snow into ice. Then the ice is picked so hard it changes color from ice cube to clear to bright green. Glaciers are nature's great giant bulldozers. The heavy old ice starts moving very slowly down the mountain, carrying along rocks that grind up the soil. After millions of years, glaciers carved valleys that were V-shaped into the U-shaped ones. In some places, the land looks as if a giant melon scoop has been at work. When some glaciers reach the sea or lakes, pieces break off into chunks of floating ice called icebergs. Other glaciers just melt, leaving behind long, high hills of dirt. The melting glaciers water from the melting the melting galactic waters form many carved streams called braided rivers. Frozen ground. In some places, the ground is permanently frozen. This kind of land is called permafrost. Here and there, deep in the permafrost soil, are blocks of ice called ice lenses. When a house is built over permafrost or an ice lens, the heat from the house may cause melting. The water seeps away, and the thawed ground sinks. Part of the house that rests on the thawed ground still sinks too. Sometimes, to straighten out a house, people use jacks like the ones you use to change tires, only stronger. In many places, the permafrost is covered with a thick layer of short, shrubby plants like berry bushes. This land is called the tundra, which comes from a Russian word meaning bare hill. The heat from the sun is trapped by the plants and doesn't pass into the soil, so tundra plants stop the permafrost from melting. How do some plants survive the cold? The plants that grow on the tundra must be able to survive the extreme cold and dryness. There are no large trees here because even in the summer when the ground thaws a little, there isn't enough water for them to grow. Lichens are the survival champions of the tundra. They have thrived for millions of years because they are a unique partnership of two plants. One part is a fungus which cannot make its own food, but is shaped to catch rainwater. The other part is made up of millions of microscopic green plants called algae, which use the water collected by the fungus to make food. Lichens can grow on rocks since they have no roots and don't need soil, but they grow very, very slowly. A 2-inch wide lichen may be hundreds of years old. Teeny plants that feed large herds. These teeny plants attract reindeer and their slightly larger cousins, the caribou, to the tundra to graze on lichens all summer. The tundra is also the home of the largest member of the deer family, the moose. Male bulls can be 7.5 feet tall at the shoulders and weigh almost a ton. Their antlers alone can weigh 100 pounds. Bulls shed their antlers and grow a new set every year, which they use to fight over the females called cows. Shaggy souvenirs. The muskox has survived unchanged for millions of years, in part by eating plants of the tundra. It gets its name from the sharp, sweet, musky smell that the males give off. When danger threatens, muskoxen herds form a circle with their young in the center. This protects the young from wolves and other predators, but they are no match for human guns and arrows. 100 years ago, they were hunted almost to extinction for their meat and their wool. The muskox has a long, shaggy coat that sways like a skirt in the breeze. Next to the body is a thick layer of wool. It is 8 times warmer than sheep wool and softer than cashmere. This wool is shed in places in the summer. Eskimo women gather it and can comb tame muskoxen to collect them. They knit this fine wool into very expensive hats and scarves. Laws protecting the muskox have helped this animal make a remarkable recovery. Today, muskoxen are raised for their wool on ranches, and some have been set free to roam the tundra again in wild herds. Why do bears thrive in the cold? The most dangerous animal in Alaska are the bears. The brown bear, the world's largest meat eater, weighs a powerful 1,600 pounds, almost a ton, but no one wants to run into a huge grizzly bear or polar bear either. All bears kill small animals for food, and some will attack a sleeping camper and raid a tent for food. People who travel in bear territory learn to respect bears. Some hikers use a walking stick with bells that ring with each step so they won't surprise the bears. And campers should never eat near their tents because bears might be drawn to the smell of food. Surprise them when they're sleeping. In addition to eating meat and fish, bears have a sweet tooth and love berries and honey. They must load on enough weight throughout the summer and fall to survive through the coldest winter months as they sleep snugly in their dens. An unusual winter coat. A white polar bear has fur that is different from all other animals. Close to the body is a thick layer of woolly fur for warmth. Long, clear guard hairs, which are hollow with plastic straws, stick out to keep the fur from getting matted down when the polar bear swims in icy water. Winter water is easily shaken off his stiff outer coat. Staying warm for the hunt. A polar bear's white coat is protective camouflage in the ice and snow, but white reflects sunlight and its needed heat. Black is the color that absorbs warmth, so nature gave polar bears black skin. The clear guard hairs trap the sun's heat rays and conduct them down to the skin, making it warm. Under the skin is a layer of fat that stores this heat to keep the bear warmer longer. Polar bears also have thick fur between the pads on the bottoms of their feet to keep their feet from freezing as they walk for miles over the frigid ice. Polar bears are skilled hunters and fishers. They eat sea mammals like small whales and walruses, but their favorite food is the seal. It takes a lot of skill for a polar bear to catch a seal. There is no way the bear can outswim a seal to catch it, so they search for seal restings on the ice or waiting at the edge of the ice, then attack when seals come up for air. What is the worst threat to sea mammals? Polar bears are not the worst enemy of sea animals. People have hunted them for centuries. Seals have been hunted for their shiny, thick fur. Walruses have been hunted for their ivory tusks, which they use to dig up clams and mullets on the bottom of the sea. Unlikely for the walrus, the ivory can be carved into tools, jewelry, and small statues. Today, to protect the walrus and other sea animals, only Eskimos are allowed to hunt them and carve the ivory. All sea mammals have a layer of blubber under the skin to keep them warm. Eskimos hunt sea mammals for their blubber as well as their meat. Eating animal fat helps the Eskimos form a layer of fat under their own skin to stay warm. Whales, the largest mammals of all, have the most blubber, and they are almost hunted to extinction for it. The whale blubber was cooked down into fine oil that people once used in lamps to light their houses and factories to fuel the Industrial Revolution. The whale with the strainer in its mouth. Instead of teeth, a baleen whale has a mouth full of baleen, long flexible plates with fingers trailing behind. It eats by swimming along with its mouth open, straining large amounts of water filled with millions of teeny plants and animals called plankton, which float in the ocean. Some baleen whales eat up to 4.5 tons of this stuff a day. Before plastic was invented, baleen was used to make umbrella ribs, eyeglass frames, and stiff supports of ladies' underwear. Baleen can also be peeled into long, thin strips and woven into beautiful baskets. An extraordinary journey. There are many different kinds of fish in Alaska, seas and rivers, but the most popular and amazing is the salmon. Salmon eggs hatch in freshwater streams known as spawning grounds. Baby salmon live in their spawning grounds until they are 2 years old. Then they travel downstream. The stream gets larger and becomes rivers until finally they join the ocean, where the salmon spend their adult life. When a red salmon is about 4 years old, it is ready to lay eggs, so it begins an incredible journey back to the exact place where it hatched. This means traveling upstream for hundreds of miles, swimming against the current, leaping over waterfalls in an exhausting trip to its spawning grounds. The females lay their eggs, the males fertilize them, then the adults die. Bears and fishermen know that the best way to catch the salmon is to catch them as they make their last journey upriver. Bears eat most of what they catch, but people don't. People can be greedy and overfish. Today there are laws that control who may fish for salmon and how many fish they can take to make sure that there will be plenty of salmon in the future. What kind of people live in Alaska? The first people to settle Alaska were Native Americans and Eskimos. They were expert hunters and fishermen. They traveled over the snow with sled dogs by teams of dogs. They made boats and clothing from animal skins and bones. They told stories, made up songs, and created art that showed how they lived and how they felt about their lives. Why would other people come to this harsh land? The first outsiders came to profit from the plentiful wildlife. Well, whalers wanted oil, baleen trappers wanted the thick, shiny furs of seals, otters, beavers, Arctic foxes, and wolves to sell for high prices in the world of fashion. Fishermen wanted millions of salmon in the rivers. Around the beginning of the 20th century, gold was discovered in the Klondike and on the beaches of the Bering Sea. Thousands of hopeful gold miners rushed to Alaska. The people who sold them supplies were not far behind. Besides gold, a giant copper mine promised wealth. Some of the people got rich, but most didn't. Still, many of them stayed. They married and had children and made new lives in Alaska. How did outsiders change Alaska? All these new people needed ways to get around. A railroad was built to connect the main cities of Anchorage and Fairbanks, but there were many people who lived in remote places called the bush that you could reach only by dog sled, snowmobile, after the ice melts, or airplane. Villages in the bush like Ukalaklit and Shatulik created an opportunity for a new kind of work. The bush pilot. Bush pilots are skilled in taking off and landing planes on dirt runways or on frozen lakes. They bring food, medicine, mail, and contact with the outside world. It's no big deal to have a pilot's license in Alaska. One person in every 61 miles has a license. There are more private planes per person there than in any other part of the world. Alaskans think of their planes as you might think of a family car. People use them to go to vacation cabins, to visit friends in bush villages, and to get to a major airport to catch a jet to the rest of the world. In 1969, a supergiant oil field was discovered in the Arctic Circle. Oil has been called black gold because the modern world depends on it for so many things. The problem with the Arctic oil was how to get it to the rest of the world. There was no highways or railroads in the nearby rest of the world. The nearby sea was frozen for 9 months of the year. The only solution was to build a pipeline 800 miles long to pump the oil to an ice-free port where the super tankers could load it. 8 oil companions got together and spent $8 billion to build the pipeline. The work was hard and uncomfortable. Workers spent long hours in the cold, lonely wilderness, but it paid off very well, so thousands of young people came from all over America and the rest of the world. Each worker wore 3 layers of clothing under a down parka and overalls, 2 layers of gloves, 3 pairs of socks, and a hat under a hard hat, and a face scarf. It took 10 years and more than 70,000 men and women to build a pipeline that is one of the wonders of modern engineering. Endless summer days. Summer in the far north is just the opposite of the winter. The North Pole points towards the sun and the Arctic Circle is always in sunlight. Inside the Arctic Circle, the sun doesn't set from March 21st to September 21st. About 400 miles below the Arctic Circle, the sun shines. Almost all night long, the constant sun enables farmers to grow crops like cabbage, potatoes, even though summer is short. There is even enough daylight for a farmer to have once grown a cabbage that weighed 120 pounds. All this daylight changes the way people act. You need dark window shades to make it feel like bedtime. Children feel like playing all night long. In spite of all the sunlight, the summers near the Arctic Circle are not very warm. Although sunny summer days feel warm to the people used to living there, children in Alaska begin wearing shorts to school when the temperature is about 50 degrees Fahrenheit. In a few places like Fairbanks, summer temperatures may go high at 85 or 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Ooh, what is that? A book rant. Is Alaska heating up? Global warming has raised the average temperature 3.5 degrees Fahrenheit in the past 30 years, more than any place else on Earth. Polar ice is melting, glaciers are retreating, and there are more storms and forest fires. The permafrost is thawing, causing problems with roads and forest fires, roads and the oil pipeline. Many animal habitats are disappearing. The melting ice cap threatens the polar bears, a warning of coming dangers to other Arctic animals. Yet most of Alaska is still wilderness, a frontier for those with an adventurous spirit. For some, life in Alaska is a test of themselves. Global warming is bringing a new set of challenges. This is a place of opportunity for doers. Can you imagine living there? The end. Thanksgiving, by Ethan Long. Ethan Long presents Thanksgiving for the witness of the pizza incident. Thanksgiving. It was the fourth Thursday in November, and the Munsters gathered for their annual Thanksgiving feast. Everyone chipped in. Virginia whipped up the sweet potato casserole. Sandy mixed the stuffing. Mumford made the cranberry sauce. Of course, Valdemar presented the turkey. He knew how to cook it just right. Then out of nowhere, he heard a honk, honk, honk. Uncle Gus, Aunt Bessie, Joey, and Schmoey. What a pleasant surprise. Valdemar loved seeing his family even when they dropped in unexpectedly. It was a happy reunion. Valdemar invited them inside. Everyone, this is my family. Family, this is everyone. Oh my, what is that interesting smell? Mashed potatoes with garlic. Hiss! Aunt Betsy whipped up another batch, this time with eyeballs and earwax. Uncle Gus inspected the turkey. Of course, he had his own method. That's how you cook a turkey. Joey and Schmoey helped Fran make the pumpkin pie, but it turned into lumpkin pie. they just gave maggot. They just love maggot meatballs. And then there was Spike, who never met anything. He didn't want to swallow anything. Valdemir loved his family, but they were quickly making a monstrosity of the Thanksgiving feast. Baboon burps, yum. Snail spit makes everything taste good. It needs one more good zap. And they didn't stop there. The bean casserole had 10 sticks of boogie butter in it. The mashed potatoes had a strange look to them, and the biscuits were as hard as stones. And the turkey, let's just say Uncle Gus cooked it to death. But because they were family, Valdemir was determined to make the best of it. Okay, everyone, gather around. It's morning already. Could someone shut the window? The sun is burning my eyes. The room went black. Bad idea. Maybe the food will taste better if we can't see it. Yeah, I can't see anything. What's that crunching sound? Somebody turn on the light. And when the light went on, Thanksgiving was gone. Doggone, Spike had devoured everything. For Valdemir, this was the last straw. Uh-oh. You, 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 you ruined Thanksgiving. What do you mean we ruined Thanksgiving? We were only trying to help. Valdy, you don't be mad at us. You can't be mad at us. We're family. Aunt Betsy was right. They were family. And if Valdemir remembered correctly, family worked together, so he demanded a do-over. They cooked all day. They used whatever they could find. They made mashed potato peel pudding. They cooked a bread crust casserole. They baked turkey bone biscuits. They even made a batch of flea bean dip with just a touch of garlic. And that evening, with some corn dogs they found in the freezer, out came the perfect turkey. Now that's how you cook a turkey. It looks amazing. Great work, everyone. Corn dogs made a real dog. Woo! So on the fourth Friday in November, everybody gave thanks. Even Spike was grateful in his own way. And of course, the food was to die for. Crunch, mump, smack, slurp, gobble, gobble. The end. Silly Tilly's Valentine. Silly Tilly's Valentine. Silly Tilly's Valentine. It was Valentine's Day. Silly Tilly was baking cupcakes. Bring, bring. The telephone rang. Good morning, Tilly Mole, said Mr. Bunny. Do you remember what today is? Said Mr. Bunny. Do you remember what today is? Oh dear, said Tilly. I forgot to remember. Well, today is a special day, said Mr. Bunny. Look out the window, and you will see. Silly Tilly looked out the window. It's snowing, cried Tilly. It's a special day, just right for making a snowman. Snow is nice, said Mr. Bunny, but it's not that what I mean. I will see you later. He hung up. Maybe if I go outside I will remember why today is special, said Tilly. Then I will know what Mr. Bunny means. Tilly put on her boots and her coat. There goes Tilly. She opened the front door. Swoosh! The wind swirled the snow around her. Goodness, said Tilly, I forgot how cold snow is. I need a scarf and mittens. Tilly put on her scarf and mittens. Tilly went out in the snow. Wherever she looked, everything was white. Bushes in the garden were white. The trees were white. The path was white. The mailbox at the end of the path was white. But something in the mailbox was red. Oh, cried Tilly, that looks special. Maybe that's what Mr. Bunny means. Tilly ran down the path to the mailbox. Swish! She slipped. Plop! She fell down. Oh dear, said Tilly. I forgot to remember how slippery snow is. Tilly lay flat on her back. The wind blew snow around her. Snow fell on her face and sprinkled her glasses. Goodness, said Tilly, it's snowing so hard I can't see anything. Is that you, Mr. Mail Mole? She asked. I don't remember why I'm lying in the snow, but I don't want to make snow angels. I want to make a snowman. Oh, good, said Mr. Mail Mole. Wait, and I will help you. He tried to stuff the valentines into Tilly's mailbox, but there was no room. Mr. Mail Mole put Tilly's valentines down in the snow. I'm ready, he said. He started to roll a snowball. We will need a big snowball for the snowman's bottom. We will need a carrot for his nose, said Tilly. Tilly ran to the house and she got it to get a carrot. But she could not see. The wind blew her around the ground. She forgot where she was going. She ran toward the mailbox. Instead, suddenly the wind blew Tilly's valentines up out of the snow, and in the air red hearts and pink hearts swirled over Tilly's head. Oh, cried Tilly, how lovely, colorful snowflakes. I'll put them on the snowman before they melt. Tilly hurried to pick up the snowflakes, but she could not see. She bumped into the mailbox. Is that you, Mr. Mail Mole? She asked the mailbox. Help me put these snowflakes on the snowman before they melt. Tilly, where are you? Called Mr. Mail Mole. He went up the path to her house and knocked on the door. The snowman is finished. She needs the carrot for her nose. She called. Oh dear, I forgot to remember the carrot, cried Tilly. Just then Mr. Bunny came hopping down the road. I will tell you what else you forgot, she said. You forgot this. Mr. Bunny pulled a big red heart out of the mailbox. I made this valentine for you. I wrote a poem, too. Oh my goodness, said Tilly, a valentine. That's what I forgot. I forgot to remember it's Valentine's Day. I didn't make a valentine for you. Tilly started to sniffle. That's all right, Tilly, said Mr. Bunny. He took out his handkerchief and wiped her eyes. Tilly wiped her eyes. She wiped the snow from her glasses. She could see. She read the poem on her valentine. It said, roses are red, violets are blue, honey is sweet, and so are you. That's beautiful, Mr. Bunny, she cried. Thank you. Knock, 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 Mr. Mail Mole banged on Tilly's door. Tilly, he cried, are you there? I smell something burning. Oh my goodness, said Tilly, just remembered I forgot Valentine's Day. I baked Valentine's Day cupcakes. Tilly ran to the house. Tilly ran to the house and into the kitchen and opened the oven door. There were heart-shaped cupcakes, all golden brown and beautiful. That's all right, said Tilly. Just some crumbs burned. Tilly iced the cupcakes with pink icing. Mr. Mail Mole and Mr. Bunny took turns licking the bowl clean, and they each had a Valentine's cake. And Mr. Mailmo promised to deliver the rest of Tilly's Valentine cupcakes to all her friends for Valentine's Day. The end. The Fix-It Kid. The Fix-It Kid. Leap got a gift, a big toolkit. Leap will fix it all bit by bit. Leap will fix the sink, he will fix the drip. With his big pin, he will fix the rip. Leap will fix the clock, he will make it tick. Leap will fix the lock, he will make it click. Leap will fix the lamp, it will soon be lit. Leap will fix the ship with his Fix-It Kit. Can Leap fix a pig? Can he fix a fish? Can Leap fix a swing? Can he fix a dish? Leap can fix it all. Look at what he did. He fixed it in a zip. Leap's a Fix-It Kid. The end. At the lake in June. At the lake in June. June is here at last. The sun is so hot. Let's go to the lake, says Jude. We like it a lot. Can Duke go too, says Luke. He will have such fun. Duke likes to run over the huge dunes and then nap in the sun. You know the rules, says Mom. First get your chores done. Let's clean up this mess, then we can go have fun. Luke has a huge job, but Jude helps him too. Even Duke helps. There's lots he can do. Jude has a cute suit. Luke gets a huge tube. Mom fixes snacks. Even Duke will want food. They pack up the car. Duke gets in the back. Luke sits next to Duke, and Jude puts in the snacks. As they ride to the lake, Luke and Jude sing a cute tune. In no time at all, they see the lake, sand, and dunes. Jude grabs her raft. Luke uses his tube. Duke runs for the dunes. Mom pours juice and adds ice cubes. Dad sings a tune as he strums on his lute. Mom hums the tune and then plays on her flute. It's snack time, says Mom. Let's sit here, says Luke. No, I want to sit there, says Jude. Come on, Duke. They all look at Dad. He says, I will not have a dispute. Okay, says Jude, and Luke as they gave Dad a salute. It's time to go on this fine day in June. They wave goodbye as Duke howls a tune. The end. Let's go with this one. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Tyrannosaurus Rex. I'm Beep. This is Bop. Back in the past we go. Thump, thump, thump. Stomp, stomp, stomp. The T-Rex hunts for food to chomp. See him prowl, hear him roar. He is one big dinosaur. His feet are huge, he stands so tall. Next to him, we all look small. He weighs a lot, about 8 tons. The ground starts shaking when he runs. His legs are thick, his tail is long. My goodness, he's really strong. His arms do not reach very far, just look how short and thin they are. His teeth are sharp to help him eat. The food he likes to eat is meat. Smaller creatures shake with fear. They run and hide when he is near. And we run too when we have a hunch he wants a story-bot for lunch. We made it. We are safe at last. What luck that he has too fast. Tyrannosaurus, look and see. His name is big, and so is he. Goodbye, T-Rex. The end. Okay. Let's do this one. And this one. And this one. Let's first. Dinosaurs start school. Dinosaurs start school. What would you do if on the very first day of school Dinosaur wasn't smiling his big toothy dinosaur smile? You'd say, "Don't worry, Dinosaur, school will be fun." What if he stomped his foot and roared in his loudest dinosaur voice? Roar. But dinosaurs don't have to go to school. You'd say, of course. They do, dinosaur otherwise. How would dinosaurs grow up to be so smart? What if you got to school? What if you got to the school gates, but Dinosaur wrapped his sharp claws around the fence? But it's too big, he'll get lost. You'd say, "Don't be silly, you can't get lost because our classroom is just the right size for dinosaurs." What if you reached the classroom door, but Dinosaur covered his teeny ears and said in his quiet dinosaur voice, "But it's too noisy, I'll get a headache." You'd say, "It's only noisy because everyone is laughing and having a good time." What if the teacher asked all the children to say their names? And what if Dinosaur turned away and tried to hide under the table? You'd say, "I think you should tell the teacher your name, Dinosaur. She might think you're not here and give someone else your crayons by mistake." What if you were painting pictures of the sun, but Dinosaur made a big mess? What if his bright dinosaur eyes filled with tears and began to cry? You would say, "Wow, Dinosaur, you've made sunbeams come out of your eyes. Sunbeams come out of your sun." I wish I'd thought of that. What if it was time for lunch, but Dinosaur said in his worried dinosaur voice, they might give us something yucky to eat? You'd say, well then, you'd say, well, tell them that some dinosaurs are herbivores and don't like meat. Then you can have salad instead of hot dogs. What if everyone ran out to play, but Dinosaur hid behind you and looked shy? What if you and Dinosaur noticed someone else looking shy too? I bet Dinosaur would whisper in his gentlest dinosaur voice, want to play on the swings together? Then you and Dinosaur and your new friend would have a great time pushing each other on the swings. You'd take turns on the seesaw. You'd build a castle in the sandbox. You'd play tag until you were giggling so hard you couldn't run anymore. What if the end of the day you said, I told you school was fun, Dinosaur, shall we come back again tomorrow? I bet he'd nod his handsome dinosaur head, then I bet he'd smile his big toothy dinosaur smile. I bet that you'd smile right back. The end. Let's see. Dolly coat of many colors. Dolly Parton coat of many colors. Back through the years I go wondering once again. Back to the seasons of my youth, I recall a box of rags that someone gave us and how Mama put the rags to use. There were rags of many colors, but every piece was small, and I didn't have a coat. It was way down in the fall. Mama sewed the rags together, sewing every piece with love. She made my coat of many colors that I was proud of. She told a story from the Bible she had read about a coat of many colors Joseph wore, and then she said, hope this coat will bring you good luck and happiness. I just couldn't wait to wear it, and Mama blessed it with a kiss. My coat of many colors that my mama made for me, made only from rags, but I wore it so proudly. Although we had no money, I was rich as I could be in my coat of many colors my mama made for me. So with patches on my breeches and holes in both of my shoes, in my coat of many colors, I hurried off to school. Just to find others laughing and making fun of me and my coat of many colors my mama made for me. And oh, I couldn't understand it, for I felt I was rich, and I told them of the love my mama sewed in every stitch. I told them all the story Mama told me while she sewed, and how my coat of many colors was worth more than all their clothes. But they didn't understand it. I tried to make them see that one is only poor only if they choose to be. Now I know we had no money, but I was rich as I could be, just in my coat of many colors my mama made for me, just the end. Okay, let's see. Next up. Let's investigate with Nate. Let's investigate with Nate. Welcome to the Science Museum most of the time. It's an ordinary museum where ordinary children have ordinary fun, learning all sorts of fascinating things. But from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. every Saturday, the Science Museum is different. It's special in the hour before it opens. The Science Museum becomes a portal to other worlds. In that an hour, a group of children become a group of interested explorers. They join their friend, the museum's best tour guide, Nate Ball, and go on an extraordinary adventures. You see every Saturday at 9 a.m. Wendy, Barden, Rosa, and Flex investigate with Nate. We're supposed to study the life cycle today. Supposed to. That sounds good. Oh no, I even had a whole quiz ready for you. But it sprouted, then died. I guess I just don't have a green thumb. Yeah, I wanted to show you kids all about how living things are born. Reproduce, die. I figured I'd get things started by growing a plant from seed so you could see a plant as a baby. Name one thing both plants and animals need to live. What do almost all plants grow from? What is it called when an animal or insect undergoes a major change as it becomes an adult? What is it called when an animal or insect is born from an egg? Legs. Then it's up to us to figure out what happened to our seed. Wendy's right. Sometimes experiments don't work out how we hope. That's why they're called experiments. You guys are right. We're scientists, and it's our job to investigate the life cycle. Growing up is the series of changes in the dog's life cycle, and the puppies are the next generation. Where are we going? Into the ground to try to figure out why my plant isn't alive. But what does alive mean anyway? Isn't it obvious? It is. It turns out that defining life is really hard. Many scientists don't agree about the exact definition. There are some things out there like viruses that may be alive or may not be, depending on which definition you're using. But there are many basic definitions of life that works for most cases. Something is alive if it can get and use energy. It can reproduce and it responds to change. And off we go. This is awesome. I love learning. If a seed gets soaked with water, the embryo inside the seed coat will break through. This process is called germination. The roots will grow, and eventually the shoot will break through the soil. The leaves will grow from it. Once the shoot becomes big enough, it becomes a stem. Buds will start to appear, and with enough sun and water, those buds will open and blossom. That was amazing, but we still don't know why our seed didn't sprout. We will figure it out. Hey, that chipmunk is eating our plant's berries. Yeesh. What smells? He's going to the bathroom. Gross. By pooping? Exactly. Not at all. No, not at all. That's part of the plant's life cycle. The plant wants animals to eat its berries so that they spread its seeds to a new place. By pooping? Exactly. A butterfly. Hey, what's that? They look like eggs. Come on up, let's investigate. They are eggs. What kind? A caterpillar. Female butterflies lay eggs on the underside of leaves. When the eggs hatch, caterpillars are born. A butterfly has a fascinating life cycle. When a butterfly first hatches, it starts out as a caterpillar. This caterpillar grows and grows and grows, shedding its skin many times, and when it's fully grown, it forms a chrysalis. Then it transforms from a caterpillar into a butterfly. Butterflies aren't the only creatures that undergo metamorphosis. Frogs do too. Female frogs lay eggs in the water. These eggs hatch into tadpoles. The tadpoles grow legs. Eventually, they become froglets, which are nearly mature frogs. The frogs eventually absorb their tadpole tails and become what we think as mature adult frogs. Then those frogs will either lay or fertilize the eggs that will hatch into tadpoles. Some animals and insects like butterflies hatch from eggs. That's that's called oviparity. The animals that are born alive are called vipary. Humans are born alive. Almost all mammals are like chipmunks. Many consider the Swedish botanist Carl to be the grandfather of taxonomy. He grouped things by their class characteristics from life all the way down to individual species. The end. I spy in the sky. My leg, my leg, my leg, my leg, my leg. Let's try a game. The game is I spy in the sky. Tell me what you spy in the sky. I, I spy a kite up in the sky. I'd like to try to make my kite fly. I spy a cloud. A cloud can be sly. It can hide the sun or it can fly by in the sky. I spy a jet plane. I spy a plane and I spy a jet. If they fly in the clouds, they can get wet. I spy a blimp. It looks like a bus. Up there in the sky, how does it fly? I spy a bird. I bet it will fly. It is leaving its nest. Later, it will rest. I spy a bee buzz by with a human. It looks for a rose, my mum or my gum. I spy a flag. The wind makes it fly. If it gets wet, the wind makes it dry. I spy my ball. It's stuck in a tree. I will go up to get it, my ball free. I spy my balloon. It is up at the top. It will come down. It will stop, drop, or pop. I spy my hat. Look at it fly. Can we get it back? We will sure try. I spy the moon. I spy a star. They're up in the sky. We can try to get them, but they're far too high. We spy a clock. We spy a bed. We spy our dream in your sleepy head. The end. Okay. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Asked Geppetto, as his mother stood at the stove cooking eggs and frying beans. I am making your breakfast, answered his mother. What for? What for? Sang Geppetto. Those eggs and beans will make you really strong. Geppetto ate as fast as he could and ran out the door. There was his neighbor Manuel digging in the ground. Why are you doing that? Asked Geppetto. I'm digging out the weeds that are growing around the corn, said Manuel. What for? What for? Sang Geppetto. Because weeds keep the corn from growing tall and strong. Look at this. Nice, Elliot. A lot, Manuel said as he peeled back the husk. Geppetto ran around the corner. He saw Aunt Doña Anata throwing corn to some chickens. Why are you doing that? He asked. Because the chickens need to eat, answered Doña Aneta. Asked Doña Aneta. What for? What for? Sang Geppetto. So they can grow strong and lay good eggs, like the ones you just had for breakfast. Down along the road, Geppetto found Juan and Dolores. They were tying plants to some sticks. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Asked Geppetto. To keep these plants from falling on the ground where the bugs and slugs can eat them, said Dolores. What for? What for? Sang Geppetto. So that these beans can grow on the plants. See the fajoles inside? You soak them and cook them, and then you eat them. Don't you just have some for breakfast? Just then a cow came running down the road, pulling Roman behind the rope. Why are you doing that? Asked Geppetto. Because I need to bring the cow home to be milked. What for? What for? Sang Geppetto. Come with me and you'll see, said Ramon. Ramon tied the cow to the fence and washed his hands and sat down on a stool and started to pull on her. Why are you doing that? Asked Geppetto. I'm milking her. What for? What for? Sang Geppetto. So you and Rosita can have milk to drink. It makes your bones and teeth grow. Next to the house, Maria was slapping and flattering balls of dough with her hands. Why are you doing that? Asked Geppetto. Watch, I'm making tortillas, she said, as she put them one by one on a hot comal on fire. I made them from the corn that Manuel grows. What for? What for? Sang Geppetto. You know, Geppetto, so you can have them for your lunch. You better go home. Your mother came by and got some just a while ago. Geppetto slipped down the road. He was hungry. He saw a bunch of bananas hanging from a tree. Help yourself, said a man who was lying under the tree. What for? What for? Said Geppetto. Because I can tell that you're hungry. Can I take one for my sister? Said Geppetto. Geppetto went to the door. His mother and father and Rosita were already at the table. Come in and have some lunch, said his mother. Are we having tortillas? Said Geppetto. Don't we always? Said his mother. And some nice avocado and chicken soup and with rice. Geppetto leaned over to his sister. Would you like a banana for dessert? He asked. Yes, Rosita, I love bananas. Do you? Of course, said Geppetto. And you know what? They grow on a tree. The end. Oh, my legs, my legs, my legs. Let me stretch my legs. Let me stretch my legs. me stretch my legs, guys. Okay. All right. Active mines construction. Road requires consistent maintenance because traffic and harsh weather causes damage. Sometimes new roads need to be built over old ones. The longest road in the world is the Pan American Highway. It runs 15,000 miles from Fairbanks, Alaska to Brasilia, Brazil. And asphalt is used as a road surface because it can be melted and evenly spread. A machine called a stripper paints the lines on the pavement. Construction warning signs are orange and black and diamond shaped. The roadway of this bridge is suspended from cables attached to the towers. Because it's suspended like this, it's called a suspension bridge. The cables are anchored at the end of the bridge. They keep the towers from swaying. The truss is made from lightweight steel. It supports the road deck. The longest suspension bridge in the world is Japan's Akashia Kayayo Bridge. Its total length is 12,828 feet. A caissation is a watertight chamber that is filled with cement. A caissation supports the weight of the bridge. Tunnels make it easier to get from one place to another when there is a mountain or a body of water in the way. Without tunnels, traveling through certain places would never take a lot longer. A bulldozer has treads instead of wheels. The treads keep the bulldozer steady on an uneven or soft spot. Explosives like dynamite can clear a lot of space in a short time. The rock drill was invented in 1849, specifically for mining and tunneling. The Channel Tunnel links Great Britain and continental Europe. It is 31 miles long, 23 of these miles underwater. Home sweet home. Homes come in all shapes and sizes, but they all have one thing in common. There are many different kinds of roofing materials. They include shakes, shingles, tiles, and even metal. One of the smallest houses in the world is in Conway, North Wales. It is only 6 feet by 10 feet 2 inches tall. All houses are built on a foundation. The basement of a house is the foundation. The drum of the cement mixer rotates so the concrete does not harden before it is poured. A chimney is an extension of the fireplace that directs smoke away from the house. An elementary school is constructed from the ground up, just like any other building, but it is the playground that makes it special. Construction workers wear hard hats to protect their heads from falling or flying debris. The arm of an excavator can swivel around to any side, scooping dirt. Scooped dirt can be bumped away. A welder wears a mask because the brightness of the sparks can damage. Boston Latin School is the oldest public school in America. It has been in the operation since April 23rd, 1635. It was already 141 years old when the United States of America declared its independence from Great Britain. Tower cranes have telescopic sections that allow the crane to grow with the building construction. I-beams are shaped like an eye for strength. In the city, there are lots of people but not much space. Skyscrapers allow cities to grow upward instead of downward. Until steel was invented, buildings could only be 3 to 4 stories tall. Otherwise, they would collapse under their own weight. The tallest building in North America is the Sears Tower in Chicago, Illinois. It is 1,450 feet tall. The end. And that is the end of our live today. We will continue some other time because my legs are getting tired. Okay. Thank you very much for coming to my live. Bye.